Smile, Andy, it's okay.
Okay, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to call the public hearing to order, and I have a statement to read out, as is our custom. This council meeting is being convened in order to hold public hearings on land use matters. At the hearing, the public and anyone who believes their interest in property is affected may speak or present written submissions. Everyone will be given a reasonable opportunity to be heard, and no one should feel discouraged from making their views known. Those of you who wish to speak should, after being recognized by the chair, begin by clearly stating your name and your address. If you have also provided a written submission, please make this known at the beginning of your presentation. Now, we're going to be taking delegations tonight, and in order to speak, you need to be outside, and like a lot of people pre-registered, but if you haven't pre-registered, then you need to go outside and make sure your name is on the list, because that's what we're going to be using to designate who's going to speak at what point. Each speaker may address the hearing a maximum of twice, and the length of your first presentation will be limited to a maximum of 10 minutes. Your comments must be relevant and not obstruct the hearing. Any additional presentation, which must be on new information, will be limited to 3 minutes. Members of council may ask questions of you following your presentation. However, the function of council members during a public hearing is to listen to the views of the public, not to debate the merits of the matters with citizens. Any debate by members of council will occur at the subsequent vote. The order of proceedings for each item will normally be as follows. First, the city clerk will briefly describe the matter under consideration. Then the applicant or their agent will be invited to make a brief presentation. Then the city clerk will identify any written submissions that have been received, and oral submissions of the public will be heard, and any further written submissions will be received. And finally, the hearing will be closed and the matters may be considered. Please note that the delegations must present in a respectful manner without interference or comment from the audience. City Council is committed to ensuring a safe and respectful environment and supports the right of the community to bring comments forward. Please observe these rules, and if you have any concerns with the manner in which the hearing is conducted, direct your comments to the chair. Now, I also want to say there's going to be one rule, and I'm sure we're going to, it's probably on your mind. There will be no applause tonight, okay? Whether you agree or you disagree with whatever is being said or being suggested, there will be no applause. And the reason for this is simple. The only way we want you to communicate with council is to put your name on the list, come down and have a seat and speak to us. We do not want any applause. Are we understanding that? Okay, sounds like we are. Okay, now, because we have a very lengthy item for the temporary use permit, I will take a motion to reverse the order. We'll take items 2 and 3, which should be short items. Take items 2 and 3 in priority to item number 1. May I have that motion? Second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. So we will start with item number 2, the zoning bylaw 8500, et cetera. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Item 2 is Richmond Zoning Amendment Bylaw 10766 for the location Unit 105, 2777 Jow Street. The applicant is Bridgeport East BT Holdings Limited, and the purpose is to amend the light industrial office and hotel Bridgeport Village City Centre zone to add health service minor as a permitted use on the ground floor at Unit 105, 2777 Jow Street. First reading was on June 8th, 2026.
All right, is the applicant here tonight? Did you want to speak to us or just await questions? Okay, any written submissions?
None, Your Worship.
Anybody wanting to delegate on this item on the agenda? All right.
Second and third. Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried. And the third item, the official community plan amendment bylaw 10767.
Thank you, Richard. Item 3 is for location citywide. The applicant is the City of Richmond, and the purpose is to incorporate minor administrative amendments to the plan interpretation section, Section 3.0, Section 6.0, and the 2050 Official Community Plan Land Use Map to improve the OCP's clarity, consistency, and implementation. The location for the OCP Amendment Bylaw 10768 is the properties bounded by Thompson Gate, Boundary Road, Highway 91A, and Thompson Road. The applicant is also City of Richmond, and the purpose of Bylaw 10768 is to remove the environmentally sensitive designation for the properties bounded by Thompson Gate, Boundary Road, Highway 91A, and Thompson Road. First reading was on June 8th, 2026.
All right, is the applicant here? Well, it's Richmond.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship.
Anything-
Nothing further to add. Happy to answer any questions.
Any written submissions?
No written submissions.
All right.
Second, third.
No, just a minute. Is there anybody here wanting to delegate on this item on the agenda? Anyone? All right, I'll ask.
Second, third.
Moved and seconded. Councillor Wolf.
Thank you, Your Worship. As I have been committee, and when this came to council, I was opposed to it, and I remain that way. It's not the entire package here, so the minor administrative amendments, I'm totally fine with that, but it's all looped in with this adjustment to the environmental sensitive area and the map. So just a real quick summary for what it is and why I and many others who I've spoken to, especially in the Hamilton area and others who are ecologically minded, oppose this. If you imagine like 10 properties, your 10 fingers, and the amount that you would cut off your nail, that's how much ESA was on one of these properties. So instead of taking staff's recommendation, which was, let's look at all of these citywide, environmental sensitive areas on private property, that is, let's look at them all together. Instead, this council went against that and decided to remove all the ESAs from the 30 plus properties in this little section, the easternmost part of Richmond, right up against Queensborough. And instead of just taking that one little nail worth out of the ESA network, we took it all. And that includes areas that were currently being negotiated to provide habitat compensation for the ESAs that are on future townhouse parcels. Many of these parcels of land that are now removed of ESA, they are nothing but ESA right now. There's not even houses on some of these properties. We had contractors come in with permission, go on these sites and confirm that they are environmentally sensitive area standard. Our staff recommended we not do this, yet here we are tonight at the final hearing of this to set a dangerous precedent for environmental sensitive areas in the city. So I'm
Okay, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? It's carried with Councillors Galanders and Wolf opposed.
Move adoption of 10767.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's carried with Councillors Wolf and Galanders opposed.
Move second and third on 10768.
Oh, yes. Discussion. All those in favor? Any opposed? Also with the same opposition,
Move
it's
adoption
carried.
of 10768.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? It's carried with the same two councillors opposed. So that brings us to the first item on the agenda, which is the temporary use permit, which I understand probably most people are here to witness. Madam Clerk, do I have the latest list of speakers, or is it going to be supplemented?
We will provide you a supplemental list.
All
yes.
right, okay, I've got lots to go on. Go ahead and introduce it.
Thank you. Item 1 is the temporary use permit for the location of 2520, 2540, 2560, 2580, 2600, 2640 Smith Street, and 9031 Bridgeport Road. The applicant is BC Housing Management Commission, and the purpose is to permit the continued operation of the existing 40-unit temporary modular supportive housing development for a period of 3 years beginning March 15, 2027. This TUP was initially considered at the June 22nd council meeting.
Okay, so, I'm sorry? I'm getting there. The applicant is BC Housing Management Commission. Are they here tonight?
We are.
Are you going to make a submission or just await questions? Okay. And Madam Clerk, written submissions.
Thank you, Your Worship. In terms of on-table correspondence, Council has received 40 emails in support of the temporary use permit. There are 6 emails provided that are in opposition to the temporary use permit, and there's also an on-table memorandum from staff on this matter.
All right, so as I say, if you want to delegate on this matter as a member of the public, you've got to go outside and get your name on that list. So the list I have right now is, let's see, how many do I have? I know it's gone up since then. I have about 25 on the list. I know it's gone up. And so what I'll do, as a matter of course, for each speaker, I'll announce who the speaker is, and then I'll say who is the next and the next after that. So we'll be announcing basically 3 at a time. The first person will come forward and speak his or her mind, and the other 2 will ask them to sit in those 2 reserved seats and be ready to go. Okay? So the first speaker is Gary Law. If you want to come forward, then Kevin Lai and Sam Wang. Are they here? Okay. Doesn't make too much difference when you're there, but stay within the rules. Okay, now, so the procedure is understood by everybody. We ask you to come down here, have a seat, introduce yourself, name and address, and tell us what's on your mind. Go ahead.
Your Worship and members of Council, my name is Gary Law. I served for many years in the RCMP and in the Canadian Armed Forces. Throughout my career, I learned one lesson that never changes. You cannot manage risk if you refuse to measure it. Every operational decision in policing begins with evidence. We collect information. We identify trends. We evaluate outcomes. Then we decide what is working and what needs to change. That is why I find today's decision so difficult to understand. Council is being asked to approve another long-term renewal for Esther Place. But where is the evidence or information that allows the public to evaluate its performance? How many police-related calls are associated with this site each year? How many fire or ambulance responses are associated with this site? Have those numbers improved or worsened over time? How are laboring businesses and residents being affected? Most importantly, what benchmarks are being used to determine whether this operation is successful? These are not political questions. They are basic operational questions. As a police officer, if someone asked me whether a program was improving public safety, I could not simply answer, trust me. I would be expected to produce evidence. Richmond residents deserve the same standard from their government. This decision should never be framed as prioritizing being compassionate over public safety. Excellent management protects and leads to both. Supporting vulnerable people and protecting the surrounding neighborhoods should go hand in hand. If Council believes this model is working, then demonstrate it with facts. If improvements are still needed, then complete those improvements before approving another long-term renewal. Evidence builds trust. Transparency builds confidence. That is what Richmond residents deserve. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so it's Kevin Lai, then Sam Wang, and then after that it's Phyllis Tang. Is Phyllis Tang here? Okay. Bring them in, please. Bring her in, please. Okay, sir, please go ahead. Introduce yourself, name and address.
Your Worship and a member of council, my name is Kevin Lai. I'm a Richmond resident. Do I have to specify my address? Okay. A father and a general contractor. Before I begin, I want to make one thing very clear. I'm not here to ask council to abandon the residents of Astor Place. I'm not asking you to eliminate housing for the vulnerable. What I'm asking for is a better management, a stronger accountability, and a model that works better for everyone, including the people who live there and the neighbor who live around it. As a general contractor, I spent years working with the municipal permitting and the regulatory systems. One lesson is consistent wherever you work. Every approval comes with conditions, and those conditions only mean something if they are enforced. If I don't meet my condition attached to permit, I don't receive another approval first and then fix the problem later. Accountability comes first. So I have a simple question to the council. At your previous meetings, council acknowledged that the current memorandum of understanding with BC Housing and the operators need to be strengthened. Council also heard serious concerns from the neighboring business and the residents about ongoing impacts on the site. If the current accountability frameworks need to be strengthened, doesn't that tell us the current framework is not sufficient? If that is the case, why are we discussing another long-term renewal before the improvements are complete? This is not about saying no to social housing. It is about saying yes to a better governance. Compassion and accountability are not opposites. In fact, they depend on each other. Good management protects vulnerable residents. Good management also protects the surrounding communities. We should never have to choose one over the other. As someone who works in an industry where rules are enforced every day, I believe one principle that should guide every decision this council makes. One city, one standard. If Richmond expects homeowner, contractors, and small business to meet the condition attached to their approval, then publicly funded projects should be expected to meet those same standards. Strengthen the accountability framework first. Demonstrate that the commitments that made to this community are meaningful. Then come back and ask for a long-term renewal. That is fair for the residents of Astor Place. It is fair to the surrounding neighborhood, and it is fair to every taxpayer who expects accountability from their government. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker is Sam Wang. And then we have Phyllis Tang and Sophia Wu. Is Sophia here today? Sophia Wu, is she here? Anyway, please go ahead, sir.
Sure. Your Worship and council members, my name is Sam Wang, and I'm a Richmond resident and a chartered professional accountant. One of the most common mistakes people make when evaluating a project is looking only at the operating budget. As accountants, we are trained to look beyond the obvious costs. We asked what the total cost is, not just the check that gets written, but the impact on the entire organization. The same principles applies here. When people talk about Astor Place, the conversation often focuses on the cost of operating budget. But the real question is much bigger. What is the total public cost of maintaining the current model? It is not just the provincial funding that supports the facility. It is the demand placed on police, fire, bylaw enforcement, and other public services when they are required to respond. It is the city staff time spent managing ongoing issues. It is the impact reported by neighboring businesses that have lost customers or experienced repeated disruptions. Those costs may or may not appear in different places, but they are all ultimately borne by the public. As accountants, we call that looking at the full cost of an investment, not just one line item. That is why I believe taxpayers deserve more than an operating budget. They deserve measurable outcomes. If we continue to make a long-term public investment, then we should be able to answer some basic questions. Are residents achieving greater stability? Are demands on public services improving over time? Is the surrounding neighborhood seeing measurable improvements? If those outcomes are improving, then publish the results and let the public see them. If they are not, then we should improve the model before committing to another long-term renewal. Good intentions are important, but good intentions are not performance indicators. As a CPA, I believe every public dollar should be accompanied by transparency, measurable outcomes, and responsible stewardship. That is what taxpayers deserve, and that is why I ask Council to strengthen the accountability framework before approving another long-term renewal. Thank you.
So the next speaker is Phyllis Tang. Then Sophia Wu, is she here? Okay, then it'll be William Wang after that. Please go on over here. And Gary Wei-Fu Lee. Please, go ahead.
Your Worship and Council, I'm Phyllis Tang, a Richmond resident. For over 25 years, I have dedicated my life to a career as a music educator to the youth of our community. Through my work as a former exam invigilator at the UBC Sauder School of Business and for UBC Access and Diversity, I see exactly what it takes to build a secure and structured environment where students can truly focus, learn, and thrive. Building that environment requires absolute safety, unshakable stability, and proper community order. Richmond wants to help people who are in need. Richmond does not want a facility that runs without clear rules or accountability, or in another sense, where there might be rules, but they may not be always enforced. Now, these two things that I noted above are not in conflict with each other, and like-minded individuals will keep saying so. I believe that parents have an absolute, non-negotiable right to information, to transparency, and to the peace of mind that their children are safe the moment they step out the front of their home. We need to prioritize core learning over politics. We need to build a culturally inclusive city where families feel safe, not threatened by uncontrolled environments. We will not allow our students to be treated as an afterthought to rapid, improperly managed housing placements that ignore the realities on the ground. We do want to solve the problems of Richmond, which is our city. And I believe you have a duty to protect the environments of Richmond's next generation. Please listen to the residents' and educators' voices. And above all, please listen to the parents Our voices matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, assuming Sophia Wu is not here, William Wang. And then it'll be Gary Wei-Fu Lee. And after that, Sheldon Starrett. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Mayor Brody and members of council, my name is Jeju Wang. I'm a Richmond resident. Today, I would like to focus on one question that has never been answered. What evidence does the council have that the current supporting house system is working? The staff report says that the city has an MOU with BC Housing and community builders. It also says that regular meetings take place involving the operator, Richmond RCMP, Richmond Fire Rescue, and Vancouver Coastal Health. I acknowledge that oversight structure. The hearing materials mention oversight, but we don't see the actual results. We have not been shown the following 6 important data. 1. Site-specific RCMP, fire, and ambulance call data. 2. The number of complaints received data. 3. Complaint response and resolution times and cost data. 4. The amount of on-site clinical and addiction support delivered. 5. The data of residents who have been transferred into permanent house. 6. An independent report showing the project has met its original targets. This options is important because the public record contains 2 very different accounts. The staff's report says that there is no recorded bylaw infractions, and the operator's report says there's no recent incidents involving neighbors. But the same report says a nearby resident and business owner alleging break-ins, attempted entry, through drug waste, property damage, and a significant police response. I request the City Council to resolve this issue before renewing another 3 years. As an announced councillor candidate, I have received a lot of emails, photographs, and videos about this location. What I see is that the public confidence in the current system has been broken down. Public confidence cannot be rebuilt by simply approving a new permit. It requires transparent information and accountable standards. The Council should require and show the public at a minimum the following 6 documents. Publication of a new transparent and accountable agreement. Site-specific emergency service and incident reporting. Minimum staffing and clinical support requirements. A documented complaint response process. Regular public performance reports. An independent safety and operational review. I vote against this renewal will not immediately close the Astor Place. The existing permit remains until March 15, 2027. That gives the responsible agencies 8 months to protect the current residents while developing a more accountable and responsible plan. To house low-income individuals and to protect the community's safety are not conflicting. A successful, supportive housing plan must do both. Due to the current situation, I politely ask you not to approve this application. Today, I don't want to tear up our community. I'm here to show you the days decide first, informing later is over. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next speaker is Gary Wei-Fu Lee. Then after that, Sheldon Starrett. And after that is Kiefer Pellick.
Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Gary Lee. I'm a resident of a Terra Nova community. My family immigrated to Richmond in 2008, and I have called this community home ever since. I attended high school here, built a life here, and my wife and I actually welcomed our first kid at Richmond Hospital. As a son, as a father of a 5-year-old, a local employer, I'm deeply grateful for the public services and sense of community Richmond has provided to my family. I'm speaking today because I care about Richmond. This is not about lacking compassion, it is about accountability, public safety, and whether this project is actually working. Tonight, I would like to ask 2 straightforward questions. First, who is accountable for this project? The city is not the operator, that is community builders, and it is not the applicant, that is BC Housing, but Richmond is more than a passive landlord. The city owns the land, signed the lease, and operating agreement, contributed up to $250,000, and remains involved in oversight. Before extending this project for another 3 years, Council should ask whether this is still the best use of such a valuable public asset. Richmond has repeatedly committed to being an age-friendly city, yet more local seniors are struggling with fixed incomes, rising rent, and housing insecurity. Many of these Richmond residents have worked, paid taxes, and contributed to this community for decades. And I repeat, the key word here is Richmond residents. If supporting seniors and other Richmond residents is truly a priority, that commitment should be reflected in how city-owned land is used. If the city provides the land, approves the project, and helps oversees it, then it must take responsibility for both the results and the priorities it chooses. My second question is, when was the last time the members of council personally walked the streets surrounding Astor Place and spoke directly with neighboring residents and business owners? I personally visited the areas 2 days ago, and I spoke with several nearby business owners. One told me that conditions began to noticeably worsen around 2023. They described suspecting open drug use, theft, property damage, and repeated disturbances. They also expressed frustration that police calls do not always receive a timely response. Ironically, another business told me that it was broken into before it had even opened. And the problems did not end there. While the owner continues to deal with growing safety concerns and disruptions, the rent still needs to be paid every month. During my visit, I also saw people appearing unresponsive in public spaces, abandoned shopping carts, needles, garbage, tents, and clear signs of disorder along the nearby trail and commercial area. I'm not claiming that every incident was caused by Astor Place or that every resident is responsible, but the pattern reported by local businesses deserves a very serious attention. Before approving another 3-year extension, Council should visit the area, speak directly with those affected, and review and release the actual police, fire, ambulance incident data in the neighborhood. The large turnout today is not a coincidence. Richmond residents are asking to be heard. You were elected by the Richmond residents, and your decisions should serve the Richmond residents. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The next speaker is Sheldon Starrett, then Kiefer Pellick, and Jeff Jiang.
Good evening. My name is Sheldon Starrett, and I'm a resident of Richmond. Before I get into my speech, there was just one point on the notice here. The addresses for the location include a number of addresses for Smith Street and also 9031 Bridgeport Road. But it looks like the road that goes by there is Beckwith, and a number of the businesses in the neighborhood asked, why does it say Bridgeport instead of Beckwith? So that's just a housekeeping thing I wanted to bring up. So yes, my name is Sheldon Starrett. I am a resident of Richmond that lives directly across from a temporary modular low-barrier supportive housing site, very much like Astor Place at 2520 Smith Road. I think this is unique. I think this uniquely qualifies me to speak on the matter because I have firsthand seen the negative impacts and consequences that these sites bring to the neighborhoods where they are erected. Astor Place is a 40-unit temporary modular supportive housing facility that opened in September 2022, developed by BC Housing The City of Richmond and operated by community builders, it was created to provide temporary housing and on-site support services for people experiencing or at risk of homelessness, with a particular focus on residents transitioning from Richmond's COVID-19 Emergency Response Center. The project was intended to provide short-term housing stability and support while helping residents move toward a more permanent housing and greater independence. The intended success of Astor Place should be measured against the objectives set out by BC Housing, the City of Richmond, and community builders when the project was approved, not simply whether the building remains occupied. The primary intended outcomes were transition people from homelessness into stable housing, reduce chronic homelessness, help residents move toward greater independence and permanent housing, improve resident well-being and reduce reliance on emergency services, consistent with BC Housing's Housing First model. Province-wide evaluations have also used metrics such as housing retention, improved health, reduced hospital admissions, and better quality of life. But now we must ask ourselves if Astor Place achieved those objectives. The difficulty is that there is almost no publicly released outcome data for Astor Place itself. Neither BC Housing nor community builders has published extensive site-specific statistics, such as how many residents have successfully transitioned to permanent housing, average length of stay, employment or education outcomes, reductions in emergency room or police interactions, improvements in addiction or mental health, or the proportion of residents who have returned to homelessness. Without these metrics, it is not possible to conclude from public evidence whether Astor Place has succeeded or failed in achieving its intended objectives. The publicly available information primarily confirms that the building is occupied and continues to provide supportive housing. So we have a low-barrier supportive housing model that has failed to yield results or even any transparent metrics. The only semblance of metrics we sort of have any information on, and again, they are loose too, because BC Housing does not provide the full scope, are the costs. Taxpayers have already invested at least roughly about $16.3 million in Astor Place through BC Housing's construction funding. The City of Richmond's contribution of land valued at $6.58 million and up to $250,000 in development and servicing costs. That represents a known capital investment of approximately $408,000 per resident, assuming a conservative ongoing operating subsidy of $1.5 million annually. The cumulative public investment after nearly 4 years of operation is estimated to exceed $22 million, or roughly $558,000 per resident. These figures do not include additional public expenditures such as healthcare, policing, emergency services, or income assistance, which are not publicly reported on a site-specific basis. We also know what has happened since the site was established. Increased public disorder. Neighboring businesses and residents have reported concerns about loitering, public intoxication, open drug use, discarded needles, trespassing, disruptive behavior in the vicinity of the site. Beyond that, there's been many incidents of crime that have followed from the establishment of the site in the neighborhood, ranging from theft, breaking and entering, vandalism, property damage, arson, and theft. This disorder may not necessarily be caused by residents living in Astor Place, as these sites have shown that friends and or guests of the residents, both wanted and unwanted, also show up in the area and contribute to the disorder. These concerns have been raised repeatedly over the years, that there has been very little follow-up, and dare I say, complete inertia from all levels of government on correcting these problems. This is why I'm here to speak to City Council tonight to call for the complete end of the failed low-barrier social experiment implemented at Astor Place. The model is not working, and it's time for the city to call upon for secure detox and treatment to be established in Richmond, a model that actually treats drug addicts with compassion so that they can overcome their addictions. I want there to be supportive housing in Richmond for those who are homeless, but it must have stricter compliance and zero tolerance for criminal behavior and the use of hard and illicit drugs. Our vulnerable homeless population, many who are seniors, do not deserve to be lumped into housing with people addicted to drugs and related mental health comorbidities. It is not safe to be around some folks impaired by drugs, especially those with extensive criminal records, as well as factoring into the picture They're drug dealers that are known to frequent these sites. That is why those with drug addictions need secure detox and treatment, so that once they recover, they can be transitioned to housing that is crime-free and free from addictive illicit drugs. So I call upon each and every one of you to listen to the folks here tonight and to end the failed low-barrier drug housing site model and call for meaningful change. We owe it to those battling addiction to get their compassionate care. We owe it to homeless seniors that need safe, supportive housing, free of crime and hard drugs. And we owe it to the residents and businesses of Richmond who have had to endure the last 5+ years of negative impacts and financial burden these sites have imposed upon them. So I hope they will vote to end the drug sites and to end Astor Place in its current iteration, which is currently a failed social drug site experiment. Vote for compassion and hope. And I hope everyone in this room reflects upon the role they have contributed in these failed policies. Thank you.
All right, the next speaker is Kiefer Pellick, then Jeff Jang, and Millie Yee. Is Millie here? Is Millie Yee here? Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. Kiefer Pellick, long-term Richmond resident, now raising my son in the community where I live and was raised. First off, thank you for taking the time to hear from residents about this really important topic. I know that this is not an easy night for anybody, especially for you who will, regardless of how you vote, have people upset. I just want you to know that I appreciate this forum. I see you and thank you for listening with open ears. That is just something that we all want, to be heard and understood, regardless of if we're neighbors, elected reps, or the very residents of Astor Place that we are talking about tonight. I will be speaking in favor of extending Astor Place's temporary use permit. Astor Place is a supportive housing building that provides stable homes for 40 Richmond residents. By definition, they are residents of our city that are currently housed who have struggled to find stable housing in our community in the past. By ending the temporary use permit, we are effectively pushing them back onto the street and away from the supports that they are currently receiving that are helping to stabilize and improve their lives. Things such as a safe roof, meals, counseling, job training, and a consistent space to meet with support teams. All of these things disappear when Astor Place ceases to exist. It will also cause an immediate spike in the precarious and unhoused population in Richmond. We have heard from a lot of residents who are concerned about encampments and about the visible homeless population. Closing Astor Place will have the opposite effect that they are hoping for. It will grow that population immediately. I have also heard from some that a housing first model does not work and that the way that it was framed made it seem like the speaker misunderstood the reason for housing first. Housing first provides stability and care so that residents are able to connect with treatment for addiction, for mental health, and other needs. It is not the latter approach where people have to earn housing and are told to suffer until they have, and who could be in recovery and immediately lose their housing due to a slip-up when we know that addiction is a chronic reoccurring disorder. Evidence has shown that housing first does not result in more drug use, but does have positive impacts on health, mental health outcomes, and it also results in lower calls to police and healthcare providers. Stability first results in more harm and a dwindling of hope for community members who are dealing with trauma and the immediate dangers such as exposure to elements and predators in the community. I have also heard of proposals about replacing Astor Place with something else or some other form of housing. The modular housing units were always meant as a temporary home for residents, that is true, before they moved on to permanent options. But as a community, we have failed to create those options. The importance of modular units was because of how fast they could be stood up. And there is no other option that we could introduce fast enough to replace Astor Place to keep those 40 residents from being evicted onto the streets. We are already trying to backfill housing needs that we already have. This would make it worse. I recently had the privilege of meeting with the site manager and with residents of Astor Place, who told us about their experience and the stability that it provides. We learned that their residents range from people in their mid-20s to senior citizens, all sharing a roof and community. The opinion that Astor Place may not be the right fit for everyone was also shared with us by residents, although it was quickly noted that this did not mean that they should lose their housing. Richmond has recently been in the news with the unfortunate story of a 76-year-old unhoused senior. Closing Astor Place will literally create more unhoused seniors, something that we all recognize is abhorrent and antithetical to a caring community. Finally, I have heard from citizens that are worried about crime and the unhoused population in their neighborhood who bring along salvaged scraps and refuse. Astor Place residents are housed and have their own private spaces. They are not the ones leaving behind items that have been salvaged for survival. In fact, for many residents, all they want is the same as other residents, a sense of privacy and belonging. I spoke to one resident of Astor Place who was concerned about the garbage that was being thrown into their yard. So this is a common issue for all of us. They had asked actually why a hedge hadn't been planted that had been promised to Astor Place to help with privacy and to keep the residents there safe. I want to be very clear that discussions of public safety are very important, but that conversation should be held separately to whether or not we displace 40 Richmond residents from their home. However, if this is the forum that we have to address it, I will leave council with a few resources to consider in their deliberation. First off, BC's Repeat Violent Offenders Initiative, or REVOI program, was launched in 2023 to tackle repeat violent offenders in communities across BC, wrapping those individuals in mental health supports, increased program check-ins, and other services, and it has resulted in incredible results, bringing down instances of reoffense. Police interactions for all offenses involving REVOI individuals dropped by 50% in the first 18 months of that program. Police interactions for violent offenses dropped by 56% during the same period, and dedicated Crown Counsel approved REVOI cases faster where appropriate. People who willingly engaged in the REVOI program stayed charge-free longer, helping to reduce the risk to our communities, and people who did reoffend faced faster enforcement and spent longer time in custody. The program was so successful that the province recently relaunched the CPOI, or Chronic Property Offending Intervention Initiatives, in 2025. This applies the same principles to chronic property offenders and is also resulting in safer communities like Richmond. Finally, the province just recently updated the Residential Tenancy Act in March to include stronger safety measures around supportive housing. This includes taking new action to keep weapons out of supportive housing and providing operators a continuum of options to temporarily restrict access of tenants to supportive housing sites to de-escalate critical health and keep safety for residents and staff. This builds on previous changes to the Act, which enabled guest management and wellness checks. The manager at Astor Place told me that he does not think that these were things that were necessary for Astor Place. However, they are tools that will be in place in the future if it is needed to help keep violence away from the area. If we are concerned about the consequences of having an unhoused population in Richmond, we should be doing everything we can to address it by building more housing and providing more supports to vulnerable residents, not by removing the ones that we already have in place. When we asked a resident at Astor Place if they had any message to share to council, they wanted us to let you know that they are always welcome, that you are always welcome to visit as well, to learn from the residents about how it is having an impact on their lives and stabilizing their future. That is how we build community. Thank you again for your time, and I hope you will join me in supporting Astor Place.
All right, thank you. And just as we call Jeff Jang is the next speaker, then Millie Yee. And after that is Stephanie Skramstad. And just before you start, sir, to the point made by one of the previous speakers about the address and how it's framed, we have double-checked. We do have the correct addresses. That's what I'm told. So, sir, go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and a member of the council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jeff Chiang, and a resident of Richmond. Over quite a bit, I have a business here. I love Richmond. In the staff report for us, that place on June 2nd, regarding BC Housing application to extend the temporary use permit for Aston Place. It states that the primary purpose of the project was transition individuals experiencing homelessness into the stable house. It further states, as the place continues to accommodate those transitioning out of homelessness. Based on this, I have a few questions. First, since Aston Place opened in 2022, how many individuals have successfully transitioned into the permanent and stable housings? Can the city provide the annual figure for 2022 to 2026 today? Second, what specific performance measures or methods are being used to evaluate success for this program? Third, the report states that city is a party of the memorized of the understanding with BC Housing and the community builders covering property management, maintenance, security, tenant selection, and other operational matters. Can the city explain the tenant selection process? Who's making decisions? What criteria are using? And what rules, if any, does the city play the overseeing and reviewing those decisions? Transparency around the tenant selections is central for the public understanding and the public confidence. Additionally, in regular meetings are holding with BC Housing and the community builders to discuss the operations, resource need, tenancy activity, and community feedback. Why are the outcomes from those discussions not reported to the council and made available to the public? Finally, to the member of the council, particularly those who supported extension at the June 22nd meetings, have you received a satisfied answer to those questions without clear information on program outcomes, performance measures, tenants selecting, and the oversight? How can the council determine that extension this temporary use permit is in the public interest? In my view, council should be define this decision until after October 17th. Municipal elections, when the new council members come in place, the current temporary use permit remains valid until December 31st, 2026, end of this year. So there's no urgency to make this decision today. Deferring it for the few months would be provide enough time to receive the clear and the transparent answer to those outstanding questions, gather meaningful public input, and allow the income council to make a fully informed decision based on the complete information and public interest. Thank you very much, and your time and attention. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So the next speaker is Millie Yee, and then Stephanie Scramstad, and then Alex Saggart. So if you could come down and join us.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Millie Yee. I am a lifelong Richmond resident. I raised my family here, I work here, and I support my senior and aging parents here as well. Mayor Brody and members of council, thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding the lease renewal of Astor Place. Looking around this room, it's clear that many residents have concerns. These concerns are real and they deserve to be heard. People are worried, people feel uncertain and unsafe. But most importantly, they are afraid. They're afraid about their public safety, visible substance use, homelessness, and the future of their neighborhoods. And to them, that solution to that fear is shutting down the program. But policies shouldn't be driven by fear. Fear leads us to be reactive. Leaders aren't reactive. Thoughtful leadership requires us to look at the evidence, consider the consequences, and choose solutions that improve outcomes for everyone. That brings me to one important question. If the lease is not renewed, where will the current residents of Astor Place go? As far as I understand, there is no clear transition plan. Without one, these individuals could become unhoused. This could increase pressure on nearby encampments, increase public safety concerns, and increase public substance use, and create greater challenges for both vulnerable residents and all of Richmond. Everything that the community is trying to avoid. Displacement is not the solution. It doesn't solve the problem, it simply moves it somewhere else. Taking down one site does not make homelessness, addiction, or mental health challenges disappear. It only makes those problems more rampant in our communities and more difficult to address. We cannot solve a problem by pretending it no longer exists. That's like putting on a blindfold and hoping the obstacle in front of us disappears. At the same time, I don't believe that maintaining the status quo is the solution either. Residents deserve to feel safe in their community, and the people living at Astor Place deserve the opportunity to rebuild their lives with dignity and support. The extension of this lease needs to happen, but meaningful changes within the program and the lease agreement need to happen along with it. I ask that the council take this back to the province and take this back to BC Housing to strengthen this agreement and establish a comprehensive transition plan for the residents of Astor Place. This should include clear pathways towards rehabilitation, recovery, and independence. The lease agreement should be revised to establish measurable expectations, meaningful supports, and effective transition programs that help residents successfully graduate from the program, rather than remaining in it indefinitely. This is an opportunity to move beyond simply managing the program and instead create lasting solutions that improve outcomes for residents, the surrounding community, and Richmond as a whole. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Stephanie Skramstad. Then we'll hear from Alex Saggart and Daniel Sang. Is Daniel here tonight? Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Skramstad. I'm a long-term resident of Richmond. I've been here since I was 2 years old. I'm a mother of two. I'm also one of the 2 after-hours outreach workers that work directly with the unhoused population in Richmond. I appreciate you letting me speak and have the opportunity to speak and being heard today, so thank you. And I appreciate my fellow residents if they listen closely, sorry. I stand before you today with a critical and urgent request, one that directly impacts the heart of the community and the lives of 40 of our most vulnerable residents. I ask that you please renew the contract for Astor Place Modular Housing. This decision, while seemingly administrative, carries immense weight and has profound human consequences. The choice before us is clear and frankly quite simple to understand. If Astor Place is not renewed, 40 individuals who currently have a roof over their heads, a place to call their own, will become homeless. Think about that for a moment. 40 people right here in our community will suddenly find themselves with nowhere to go. This is a crisis we simply cannot afford to create. As Councillor McNulty has rightfully asked in the past, and it's a question we must all confront honestly, where are we going to find 40 homes for people tomorrow? We have a chance right now to prevent this desperate situation, to prevent this avoidable human suffering. I want to be upfront. I recognize that modular housing solutions, including Astor Place, present their own considerations and are not without their complexities. No housing solution is perfect, and we all know that there can be challenges within any form of supportive housing. However, the reality we face is this. Pushing these individuals out would certainly cause far more problems for our entire city than it solves. It would place immense unnecessary pressure on our already stretched social services. Think of our dedicated Vancouver Coastal Health initiatives, our compassionate faith-based programs, and our tireless outreach teams. They are working incredibly hard already to support those in need. Forcing 40 more people onto the streets would overwhelm these vital services, making their essential work even harder, and potentially leading to a breakdown in support systems for many others. Speaking for all of us who dedicate our lives to working in this field, our ultimate goal is to work ourselves out of a job. We aspire to see homelessness end, to create a community where everyone has a home, not to create more work for ourselves by making the problem worse. This is precisely why renewing Astor Place is so crucial. As someone who has worked directly with residents who are now at Astor Place, I've seen firsthand the profound and positive impact it has had. More than just housing, Astor Place acts as a vital hub. This means that essential services like Vancouver Coastal Health and other critical wraparound supports can easily locate and connect with individuals who need more intensive help. This central point of contact is incredibly valuable for delivering effective and timely support, ensuring that people don't fall through the cracks of our service system. Let me share a powerful example of this impact, illustrating why Astor Place is so much more than just 4 walls and a roof. I recall a woman who had tragically lived outside for about 3 years. Her situation was incredibly vulnerable. She was caught in an abusive relationship driven purely by a desperate struggle for survival. She wasn't at a point where she was ready for detox. But what she was desperately needing, was stability and safety, a basic foundation from which to rebuild. Thanks to Astor Place, she now has a safe place to call her own. She is connected to Vancouver Coastal Health now and is now steadily on her path forward. Her story truly highlights that recovery includes more than just overcoming substance misuse. It also is about healing from deep trauma, finding stability after years of chaos, and regaining a sense of dignity and purpose. Astor Place provides that essential foundation. As much as I agree that Richmond desperately needs more local recovery options, including dedicated detox facilities and supportive sober living homes, we must acknowledge this immediate reality. We need to work what we have with and what we're available to us right now. Astor Place is a critical part of that. Our homelessness numbers are alarmingly on the rise. In 2020, 85 individuals were identified as experiencing homelessness in Richmond. By 2023, the number had surged to 162, a 91% increase from 2020. And by 2025, that number rose even further to 175 individuals. These are not the people living in Astor Place. I want to make that clear. These people are not, Astor Place is not included in this homelessness count because they're not homeless. They are residents of Richmond. Astor Place is a vital part of this very limited existing resources we currently have to address this growing challenge. Losing it would severely hinder our ability to help those who need it most, disrupting a crucial piece of our community support network. Pushing these people out to the streets not only cause more problems filling our parks and doorways, but it will also sadly give Richmond a terrible reputation for not caring for its most vulnerable citizens. Is that the reputation we want for our city? Therefore, I ask you, City Council, to approve the renewal of the Astor Place contract. This decision is not just about a building. It provides stability for 40 vulnerable people and gives them a genuine chance to move forward with their lives. Our focus should be on creating better programs and more structure to genuinely help people move forward in their lives, not just manage problems. Renewing Astor Place is the essential first step to a more compassionate and effective approach to homelessness in our city. Without it, we deepen our crisis. With it, we gain the opportunity to build a truly caring and supportive Richmond for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Alex Sagard, then Daniel Sang and Jerome Dickey.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Alex Sagart, and I am a lifelong Richmond resident. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight regarding the proposed 3-year renewal of Astor Place temporary use permit. I'm here to respectfully oppose this renewal. Before I begin, I want to make one thing absolutely clear. Every person struggling with homelessness, addiction, or mental illness deserves compassion, dignity, and the opportunity to rebuild their life. This debate is not about whether we should help vulnerable people. We absolutely should. The question is whether the current model is delivering the outcomes that residents were promised, and more importantly, whether it is truly helping people recover. Astor Place opened in September 2022 as a temporary supportive housing project. It consists of 3-story modular buildings with self-contained units, each with a private washroom and kitchenette. The building also includes common areas, a commercial kitchen, laundry facilities, and support spaces. It is operated by Community Builders Group with staff on site 24 hours a day. Residents have access to meals, counseling, life skills training, employment assistance, health supports, and connections to the BC NDP's version of addiction treatment, which, let's be honest, is the farthest thing from recovery. The province invested approximately $9.5 million to build the facility and provides approximately $1.24 million every year to operate it. The City of Richmond contributed to the land and waived approximately $250,000 in development-related fees. When Astor Place opened, Richmond residents were told it would operate for approximately 3 years while longer-term housing solutions were explored. Today, Council is being asked to extend that temporary approval for another 3 years. What was presented as a temporary solution could now remain in place for at least 6 years. That should cause every member of Council to pause. Temporary programs should not become permanent simply because the original timeline has expired. Before expending this permit, Council should ask a simple question. Has Astor Place achieved the outcomes that justify another 3 years? Not hopes, not intentions, actual measurable outcomes. How many residents have successfully transitioned to permanent housing? How many have entered detox or long-term treatment? How many are now living independently? How many have obtained employment? How many have remained housed after leaving? How many have successfully overcome addiction? These are not unreasonable questions. In fact, they are exactly the questions taxpayers deserve answers before Council approves another extension. Government should always measure success by lives changed, not simply by dollars spent or services provided. Unfortunately, across British Columbia, we continue to see policies that focus on managing addiction instead of ending it. We continue to spend billions of dollars responding to addiction while too many people remain trapped in it. If the current approach was working, we would expect to see fewer overdoses. We would expect to see fewer people living on our streets. We would expect safer public spaces. We would expect more people successfully recovering from addiction. Instead, many British Columbians feel we continue to see the crisis grow despite unprecedented levels of spending. That should concern every level of government. I also believe Richmond City Council has an important responsibility in this discussion. Council should not simply accept provincial policy without asking whether it is achieving the results residents expect. Leadership means asking difficult questions. Leadership means demanding accountability. Leadership means ensuring taxpayers receive measurable value for public investment. Unfortunately, too often, Council appears willing to accept assurances without insisting on transparent performance measures. That needs to change. This responsibility also extends to our provincial government. NDP MLA Kelly Green has publicly supported the province's supportive housing strategy, including Astor Place. I respectfully disagree with the direction the province has taken. Harm reduction has a role in reducing immediate risk, but it cannot become the destination. Recovery must always remain the goal. Treatment must remain the goal. Helping people become drug-free must remain the goal. Otherwise, we risk creating a system that manages addiction indefinitely rather than helping people escape it. I say this from personal experience. Years ago, I struggled with opioid addiction. I know what addiction feels like. I know how hopeless it can become, but I also know recovery is possible. I did not recover because people accepted my addiction as permanent. I recovered because I entered treatment. I had people who believed I could get better. They believed recovery was possible. That belief changed my life. Today, I have a career. I volunteer in my community. I organize community events. I serve local organizations. I'm running for city council because I believe our community deserves better leadership. Recovery gave me my life back. Every person battling addiction deserves that same opportunity. That is why I cannot support policies that lower expectations or accept addiction as a permanent condition. Compassion without accountability is not compassion, it is surrender. We should never stop believing that recovery is possible. Tonight's decision is not simply about one building, it's about the direction Richmond wants to take. Do we continue approving temporary programs without demanding measure results? Or do we insist on accountability before extending them? If Council believes Astor Place should continue operating, then I urge you to require annual public reporting. Report how many residents enter permanent housing, what are the treatment outcomes, employment outcomes, and recovery outcomes. Most importantly, the people living at Astor Place deserve a system that measures success by helping them move forward, not by keeping them in the same place year after year. As someone who has personally experienced addiction, I believe Richmond should champion a recovery-first approach. We should advocate for more detox beds, more treatment spaces, recovery housing, mental health care, more employment supports, and pathways back into society. That is what real compassion looks like. That is what hope looks like. Council has an opportunity tonight to send a message that Richmond expects measurable outcomes before extending temporary programs. Good intentions alone are not enough. We owe it to the taxpayers. We owe it to our neighborhoods. And most importantly, we owe it to the people living at Astor Place, who deserve every opportunity not just to survive, but to recover, rebuilding their lives and thrive. For those reasons, I respectfully ask City Council to vote against this 3-year renewal unless there are clear, transparent, publicly reported performance measures that demonstrate the program is achieving meaningful outcomes. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right. The next speaker is Daniel Sang, then Jerome Dickey, and Dean Billings. Is Dean here? Okay. No, in the back. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, Mayor Brody, honorable city councilors, and respected city staff. My name is Daniel Sang, and I've called Richmond home since I was 1. I went to XJ Canby Secondary, attended UBC, and like many people who have grown up here, I've watched Richmond change over the decades. I've also lost friends to drug addiction, friends I grew up who never got the chance to realize their potential. So I want to begin by saying this clearly. I do not believe drug addiction is a moral failing. It's a coping mechanism and a serious issue that deserves compassion, resources, and meaningful solutions. Today, I'm here with an open mind. I'm not asking you to reject compassion. I'm asking you to reject complacency. Professionally, I work for British Columbia's Ministry of Attorney General as a business application advisor in their Strategic Information and Business Application Division. My work involves modernizing the technology that supports our courtrooms across the province. I manage the hardware and software used in court proceedings and help ensure the reliable movement of information between our courtroom systems and our civil and criminal databases. I also serve as the privacy officer for the River Green One Strata Council. Outside of work, my social circles are incredibly diverse. I have friends who are business owners here in Richmond. I have friends who made their fortunes elsewhere and chose to retire here. I have highly educated friends who are leaving the country because they no longer believe they can build the future they envisioned here. I have friends who are simply struggling to make ends meet. Like many Richmond residents, I'm invested in this city's future. I came here today hoping to sway you to reject the renewal of Astor Place, but I also came here willing to have my mind changed. If this model is successful, I want to know that. If this model is producing measurable results, I want those results disclosed. And if this model is failing, then I believe we have a responsibility to acknowledge that and pursue something better. Drug addiction is a serious issue. Those struggling with addiction deserve more than a bed and 3 more years of good intentions. They deserve a pathway towards success. Before speaking specifically about Astor Place, I want to briefly talk about Richmond itself. The City of Richmond collected approximately $329 million in revenue in 2025. Residential properties contributed approximately $189 million in taxes. Commercial and industrial properties contributed approximately $137 million. Commercial properties represent less than 20% of Richmond's assessed property values, yet contribute more than 30% of the city's property tax revenues. Light industrial properties contribute another significant proportion. Together, Richmond's businesses and industries contribute more than 40% of our municipal property tax revenue. Why does this matter? Because when we discuss public policy, we're discussing finite resources. Every decision made in this chamber has consequences, financial, social, and political. It affects residents, businesses, neighborhoods, and the future direction of our city. Now let's look at Astor Place. Correct me if I'm wrong with the numbers here. The province contributed approximately $9.5 million in one-time capital costs to construct the project. The province currently contributes approximately $1.24 million annually to operate the 40-bed facility. The City of Richmond has committed up to $250,000 from the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund for development cost charges, permit fees, and servicing costs. Financial contributions from other organizations have not been fully disclosed publicly. If we simply divide the province's annual operating costs by 40 residents, we're spending approximately $31,000 per year per resident, and that's before accounting for the one-time capital costs and other contributions. I'm not suggesting that helping vulnerable people is too expensive. I'm asking a different question. What are we buying with that investment? What outcomes are we expecting? And most importantly, what does success actually look like? Over the years, we've watched the terminology evolve. Housing first became supportive housing. Supportive housing evolved alongside harm reduction policies. Today, the dominant framework appears to be harm reduction. Again, I'm approaching this with an open mind, but words matter because words define objectives. Successful rehabilitation has a very clear objective. The goal is for individuals to become healthier, more independent, and ultimately move forward with their lives. What is the objective of harm reduction? I spent time researching this question before speaking today. The benchmarks I found included the following. Are emergency interventions decreasing? Are police calls decreasing? Are complaints from neighborhood communities decreasing? Are residents remain engaged with support services? Are residents successfully transitioning into permanent housing? These are reasonable benchmarks, but I have a few concerns. How often are these outcomes being publicly disclosed? How many residents have successfully transitioned into permanent housing? How many have maintained sobriety? How many are employed today that otherwise would not have been? How many are no longer dependent on public resources? And if these numbers are being tracked, why aren't Richmond residents hearing more about them? I genuinely believe greater transparency would alleviate much of the stigma and concern surrounding this project. Success stories matter. Richmond residents are compassionate people. If they were regularly hearing that residents were rebuilding their lives, finding employment, entering treatment programs, reconnecting with their families, and moving into permanent housing, I believe much of today's opposition will look very different. Unfortunately, that isn't the narrative many residents are hearing, which brings me to my primary concern. There appears to be no legislation requiring the City of Richmond to renew this project. My understanding is that this is entirely voluntary. If that is correct, then renewal should not be treated as the default position. Renewal should be earned. I do not believe any government program should automatically receive another 3 years simply because it already exists. Public policy should continuously justify itself through measurable outcomes. If we demand accountability from our businesses, residents, taxpayers, then we should demand the same accountability from our public programs. If the program has been successful, show us the data. If it has not been successful, tell us how it will change. If neither can be demonstrated, I would respectfully suggest that the responsible decision is not renewal, it is reassessment. Perhaps there are better alternatives available to us. Could we leverage our position to negotiate with the province for a model more heavily focused on successful rehabilitation? Could we demand stronger performance benchmarks? Could we establish mandatory public reporting requirements before any renewal occurs? Could we advocate for treatment-focused approaches that better define what success looks like? Those are conversations worth having. Finally, I would like to ask the council a question. If Richmond refuses to renew Astor Place, would there be any repercussions from the province? Would funding simply disappear? If the land is yours, wouldn't the onus be on the province to figure out an alternative proposal? Or are we assuming that renewal is our only option because it is politically easier than asking difficult questions? Compassion and accountability are not mutually exclusive. Demanding measurable outcomes is not discrimination. Asking whether public policy is working is not cruelty. The people living at Astor Place deserve meaningful opportunities to succeed, not simply another 3 years of maintaining the status quo. And Richmond residents deserve transparency regarding the outcomes of projects that are voluntarily supported by their city. I came here today hoping to change your minds, but I also came here willing to have mine changed. If this model is working, then show us that it is working. If it isn't, then let's have the courage to pursue something better. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jerome Dickey, then Dean Billings and Dickens Chung. Is Dickens here? Okay. Go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jerome Dickey. I'm a 30-year resident of Richmond. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Over the past several weeks, this issue has generated passionate opinions throughout our community. Some have described Astor Place as nothing more than a drug den. Others suggest that anyone questioning supportive housing lacks compassion. I don't believe either position helps Richmond move forward. Tonight, I don't want to add more heat to this discussion. I'd like to add a little more light. The people living near Astor Place deserve to be heard. The people living at Astor Place deserve to be treated with dignity. Those two things are not mutually exclusive. In fact, they must both be true if we're going to build a stronger community. The decision before Council tonight is whether to allow the existing 40-unit supportive housing project to continue operating for another 3 years. It is not a proposal for a new supportive housing development. It is not an expansion of the existing building. And it is not a decision about whether homelessness, addiction, or mental illness should exist in Richmond. The real question is much bigger. Has the overall system worked? And if not, what needs to change? Supportive housing was never intended to be a final destination. It was intended to be one step in a continuum, a pathway from homelessness to stability, to treatment where appropriate, to improved health, to employment or community connection, and ultimately to more independent housing wherever possible. If people remain in supportive housing because there is nowhere appropriate to move next, then we don't simply have a supportive housing issue. We have a systems issue. Housing alone cannot solve homelessness. Housing must be connected to mental health care, addiction treatment, recovery services, employment supports, and affordable housing. When one part of the continuum is missing, pressure builds throughout the entire system. That brings me to what I believe has been the missing voice in this discussion. Where is the province? I don't see any MLAs here tonight. When I look around, why not? Supportive housing is primarily a provincial responsibility. Mental health care is a provincial responsibility. Addiction treatment is a provincial responsibility. Affordable housing is primarily a provincial responsibility. Yet over the past several weeks, much of the debate has focused almost entirely on Richmond City Council. I would welcome hearing more directly from Richmond MLAs, BC Housing in the province about their long-term plan. How will treatment capacity be expanded? How will affordable housing be increased? How will people transition successfully from supportive housing into more independent living? How will success be measured? Those are questions the province should be helping to answer. Municipalities should not be left debating provincial service delivery every few years because the broader system has not kept pace. At the same time, Richmond also has important responsibilities itself. Council has a responsibility to ensure accountability and transparency. Residents deserve to know How many residents have successfully transitioned into permanent housing? How many have access treatment or recovery services? What supports are available today that weren't available 4 years ago? What lessons have we learned? How are neighborhood concerns being addressed? And what improvements are planned over the next 3 years? These are not political questions. They are responsible governance questions. Leadership is not about finding someone to blame. It's about bringing people together to solve difficult problems. It's easy during an election to amplify fear. It's easy to divide residents into opposing camps. It's much harder to build trust, to find common ground, and work collaboratively toward better solutions. That is the kind of leadership Richmond needs. If council chooses to extend this permit, I encourage you to do so with stronger expectations for accountability. Strengthen the memorandum of understanding with BC Housing. Require regular public reporting on measurable outcomes. Continue advocating for expanded treatment, mental health services, and affordable housing. Ensure there's a clear transition strategy well before this permit expires, so we're not having the same conversation again in 3 years. This issue should not divide our community. Residents want safe neighborhoods. They want vulnerable people treated with dignity. They want governments working together instead of pointing fingers. Compassion and accountability are not competing values. They are complementary values. Tonight, council will vote on one temporary use permit. But Richmond will not solve homelessness by debating one building every 3 years. We need all levels of government pulling in the same direction. We need the province to lead where it has primary responsibility. We need the city to provide strong oversight where it has authority. We need to stop dividing our community into opposing sides. Richmond deserves better than politics built on fear. It deserves leadership built on collaboration, accountability, and practical solutions. One final thought. I find it disappointing that some candidates and even some current elected officials have already publicly declared their position before this public hearing even has begun. The purpose of a public hearing is to listen, to hear new information, different perspectives, and lived experiences before making a decision. Good leaders should always remain open to learning. They should be willing to ask difficult questions, weigh the evidence, and consider whether there may be a better path forward than the ones currently being debated. When our minds are already made up before the public has even spoken, we risk missing opportunities to find practical solutions that better serve everyone. When elected officials or those seeking public office rely on fear instead of facts, or division instead of dialogue, it doesn't strengthen our community, it weakens it. Richmond deserves leadership that brings people together to solve difficult problems, not leadership that deepens divisions during an election. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Next speaker is Dean Billings. After that, Dickens Chung. And after him will be Alton Chung. Is he here? Alton? Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. My name is Dean Billings. I'm a Richmond resident and a father. Like many residents, I understand that our community has a responsibility to help people who are struggling, and I don't think anyone here is questioning that. What I would like to discuss, though, is the responsibility that the city has to the families who live in that area. Tonight, you're being asked to approve another 3-year renewal. Before you do that, I have a few questions. First question, council itself has acknowledged that improvements are needed in how this project is managed. For years, residents and businesses and families have raised issues about Astor Place. So why are these improvements still something that we talk about happening after another renewal instead of before one? This is a question about your fiduciary responsibility to vulnerable citizens. So I'll give you a parenting analogy. If your kids misbehaved and then misbehaved again, and then a few more times, and you said, well, let's give them 3 more times until we make an adjustment, at a certain point, it's on the adults, right? At a certain point, the outcomes are on you guys. So a second question, what message are we sending to the families who live nearby? Are we showing them that their concerns matter? Or are we telling them that they'll simply have to live with the situation for another 3 years and hope that things improve? Communities aren't built only through housing projects, they're built through trust. And trust is built when people can see that their voices matter before decisions are made, not after. Supporting vulnerable residents and listening to the surrounding community should never be seen as opposing goals. We expect both. So tonight, before approving another long-term renewal, I have one final question to leave you with. What has sufficiently changed to justify to the surrounding community renewing this program? Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dickens Chung, then Alton Chung and Bruce Gao. Is Bruce here? Bruce Gao? No, apparently not. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council, city staff, and honored guests and residents. My name is Dickens Chung, and I'm a father of 4 young children living in Richmond. I'm here tonight as a neighbor and a member of this community, someone who cares about the safety and dignity of everyone affected by this decision on both sides of the discussion. Now, let me preface by saying that I'm not here to tell you that this is a simple choice. It isn't. Tonight, you're being asked to approve an application for a temporary use permit for a facility that houses 40 people who would otherwise be on our streets. And you're hearing from residents who lived here beside this facility that has experienced real harm. Both of these things are true at the same time. And I want to speak to both of them honestly. And if there are residents of Astor Place here tonight or watching online, I want to say this to you directly. Nothing I'm proposing is about taking your home away. It's about making sure this facility actually gives you what you need to move forward in life. If the application for this temporary use permit is not approved, 40 people lose their homes on March 15th, 2027, displacing them onto our streets and transit stations, and it doesn't really solve anything. At the same time, the concerns raised by our neighbors are not exaggerations either. The written record before council includes a resident's account of break-ins, theft, fear for personal safety, and since this facility opened, alongside documented concerns about inadequate counseling staff and inconsistent food service. Both realities are true, and both deserve a direct response tonight. Not just approval or denial, but accountability. I want to share something with you that has shaped how I think about this issue more than any data or report. Almost 2 years ago, I met a man, I'll call him L for privacy reasons, outside Richmond's other temporary marginal housing unit on Alderbridge Way. He told me he lost his father, someone he deeply loved and respected, and that grief pulled him into a depression so heavy that he started using drugs to numb the pain. Over time, he recognized what the drugs were doing to him and the people who he loved, and he wanted out. He wanted to get clean. And he had a bed at the Alderbridge TMH. He chose to leave it and sleep outside instead, because he told me the environment inside was working against him. Open drug use, dealers coming and going. He watched people he knew, people he lived alongside, die of overdoses around a building that was supposed to help them. So I'm not sharing the story to attack people working at these facilities because, they're doing good work, they're compassionate, they work hard. It's hard. I'm sharing it because Elle told me something that this council needs to hear. People who want to get clean aren't getting the treatment and structure they need, while people who aren't ready to stop using are, well, in effect, enabled to keep using in a concentrated and unsupervised setting. Both groups are being failed, just in a different way. This is not an argument against housing people. It's an argument that housing without treatment infrastructure is not the whole solution. It's just warehousing. And Richmond has now run that experiment at 2 different sites for several years. So I believe that now we have enough experience to say plainly, something needs to change, and the current model needs to evolve. I'm not asking you to deny this permit tonight outright and displace 40 people with nowhere else to go. But I'm asking you not to simply renew the status quo for 3 more years either. I'm asking you to use the leverage the city actually has. BC Housing needs this land and needs this permit to keep operating at all. So that is Richmond's leverage. And I don't think we should hand over 3 years of it without any conditions at all. I'm asking council to approve this permit for 12 months instead, not 3 years. A 12-month term keeps these 40 people housed for the time being. It does not displace anyone tonight, but it puts a hard public deadline on the table, and it tells BC Housing and the province plainly that the next renewal in a year is not guaranteed on the current model. Attached to that 12 months, I'm asking for 4 specific enforceable commitments. First, a binding operating performance and reporting standard, reviewed by council before the 12 months are up, covering staffing, on-site counseling, capacity, food service, etc. The gaps that have already been raised on the public record. That same standard should confirm the existing residency verification process for intake that is properly being enforced with regular public reporting on compliance. Second, a formal community liaison committee with real authority to escalate safety and property concerns to the operator and to the city, with a public accounting of how those concerns were resolved. Third, a real enforced escalation and safety protocol for conduct that harms this community, break-ins, theft, dealing, violence, with clear binding consequences for those responsible, applied in partnership with the operator, and where criminal conduct is involved, the Richmond RCMP. To be precise, this isn't about punishing anyone for their addiction. It's about accountability for harming neighbors. A different thing, and one that this facility needs a real answer for, at last. Fourth, and most important, I'm asking this council to publicly commit that a further extension beyond 12 months is not automatic. The Local Government Act allows a term of up to 3 years, but it does not require it. Use that discretion, council. Tell BC Housing and the province plainly that this council expects a credible transition plan towards treatment first care before the next renewal is considered. And that 12 months, not 3 years, is how seriously this council takes that expectation. 3 years removes the time pressure that actually forces change, as we can see now. The province has had years to improve this model and hasn't done anything. At this pace, the community needs. Richmond holds the permit, so Richmond should use it. I recognize that funding and program design are provincial jurisdiction, it's not the council's, but you do control whether the province gets 3 more years of certainty or 12 months and a deadline. I'm asking you to choose the deadline, not as a punishment, but as an opportunity to make change. And this is council's chance to show that a vote tonight isn't just performative, but a genuine commitment to doing what's actually best for both the residents of Astor Place and the neighbors around them. I'd also note this council has done this before in 2024. Alongside the last extension, council passed a companion motion directing staff to report on the operator's effectiveness. I'd welcome something similar tonight. A firm timeline on staffing, residency verification, provincial response on treatment services, so we're not back here in 12 months with nothing to show for it. And I want to be honest about the hardest part of this ask. If 12 months from now, the province still hasn't delivered a credible plan, and this council chooses not to extend further, the residents of Astor Place would need a real funded relocation plan, not simply displacement onto the street. That responsibility would fall on BC Housing and the province, who created this model and would have failed to fix it. I don't raise that lightly, and I'd rather this council never have to face that choice, because the province delivered on time instead. So, Mayor and Council, you have a narrow and difficult needle to thread tonight, but I believe you can house people, hold this facility accountable, and force real change all at once. A 12-month approval with a binding transition plan does all 3. It keeps a roof over 40 people, it tells this neighborhood their concerns were acted upon, and it tells the province Richmond simply won't keep renewing a model that doesn't work. So thank you for your time and for the seriousness with which I know you'll weigh all this. Thank you.
Okay. Alton Chung, followed by Bruce Gao. Bruce is here, someone? Bruce Gao. Okay, after that is Tomas Ravochi and Matthew Ho.
All right.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mayor, Council, my name is Alton Chung. I've been a resident in Richmond for 30 years. I want to start by saying that the first rule of morality is to do no harm if you cannot do anything good. If we want our city to do better, we must first do no harm to it. This is just cold logic without getting compassion involved. If the city doesn't extend the permit for Astor Place supportive housing, then imagine where would all these people go? They would go into our neighborhoods and other locations the city wouldn't know about. Instead of putting roofs over people's head, you would be creating more homelessness. Therefore, instead of a contained situation, you would, in return, get an uncontained situation. If you think businesses nearby are having issue due to the supportive housing unit, then closing it would mean more issue in a more widespread area in an unaccounted and uncontrolled manner. It will be objectively worse in any logical calculation. You would be making things worse and at the same time provide no solution to solving anything. The way to fix it is to invest in recovery facilities, public housing, and the economy at large so people can have gainful employment in a systemic manner. And not in a piecemeal endeavor out of goodwill to do something and call it a day. The province and the federal government didn't do a good job and still don't do a good job in providing reliable recovery system. But it doesn't mean the larger society and our city and our neighborhoods should suffer due to bad decisions made at other levels of governments. To close down Astor Place right now is ripping it under the rug, pretty much like what other levels of government have been doing. It's just a slightly different manner, and it doesn't solve anything. I've spoken with the residents nearby and the operator at the Astor Place, and there's a huge misconception as to what is exactly going on. So one resident nearby told me that he had some people trying to set up camp just outside his home. And I told him that would be the residents from the Astor Place because they all have a place to live. Those people who are trying to set up camp are instead the homeless people around the area. And I've been driving around with outreach workers in that area, and we have a lot of homelessness issue going around. And in order to know how big the situation is, you will need to go along with someone who can track where these people are. Without that tracking system, we just don't know what is going on. Regarding the police presence, the operator told me that the police will be there to conduct routine checks as per protocol, which might give the residents nearby a false sense of threat because they see police. When I look at the place, inside and outside is very clean, and the place is open for anybody to visit. So I would encourage the council to go there to see it in their own eyes. All in all, what we need to do is to demand a full solution and no half-hearted measure anymore. That means we need to contain the situation as much as we can at the city level and invest in the right places holistically. The council should make an intelligent decision based on objective facts and impact. Shutting it down right now is just bad math. I want to urge the council to keep the supported housing unit open. And if we are thinking about results, housing people is already a big result because house people do not contribute to overall homelessness and associated social costs. And we need housing to be affordable. Thank you.
The next speaker then is Bruce Gao. Is he here? Not seeing him. Bruce Gow. Tamas Ravochi. Then Matthew Ho. Is Matthew here? Okay. And Yeli Trust. Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Worship and councillors. Thanks for the opportunity to come and speak with you tonight. My name is Tamas Ravotsi. I'm from 2451 Wellington Crescent in Richmond here. And to be honest, I'm going to start by a somewhat surprising comment, an admission that I actually wasn't sure if I would come and speak with you today. It's such an important topic that I finally managed to find some evidence, some inspiration to come and talk to you, and I'll tell you why in just a moment. First of all, just looking around, I'm a bit controversy averse, to be quite honest with you. I'm surprised by the turnout, the large crowd, and I have to wonder how many of these audience members are actually from Richmond. Are they Richmond citizens, in fact? It's just a question that I don't know the answer to. And in fact, how many of those people did actually visit the site and actually have seen the site conditions there? Not only that, but I wonder of those people who has actually spoken to staff and spoken with the neighbors and really assessed the situation for themselves. And what changed my mind was that I had the opportunity yesterday, in fact, to go there and visit the site and speak with people. And I was really very grateful for their very honest feedback. First of all, I was speaking with a wellness worker who works in the facility, just outside the facility, and I was very pleased and surprised to see cars parked out front. And she explained, those are the residents' cars. These residents, many of them, have jobs because of the stability that the Astor Place facility provides. And then I asked them, well, how many of your residents currently are actually recovering from abuse, like substance abuse issues? And I was surprised to learn that it's actually a really small percentage. It was in the order of, I don't have exact numbers, but about a quarter, let's say, approximately. So there's other issues going on here. So the drug issue that I'm hearing is surprising to me. I have a disconnect. I don't understand what's happening here because according to what I'm hearing from everybody, also hearing from our esteemed delegates, also talking about how it's a well-run facility. It's one of 16 around the Lower Mainland, well-maintained, lots of programs. I could see outside there was community gardens, there was well-maintained. I didn't see any graffiti. I didn't see any evidence of all the hair-raising things that I've been hearing from people reporting. So interesting, good, clear, robust conversation with the wellness worker. Then I went and spoke with the neighbors adjacent to the property. I think one of them, I'm guessing, is the person who is listed in the package, the agenda package, PH 14 and PH 16. I'm just speculating about that. But anyway, she told me some really hair-raising stories about SWAT teams and people who were relaxing, shall we say, on the grass or on the road or on the sidewalk, things that didn't make any sense to me whatsoever. So I was confused, and I still am somewhat confused to understand that, well, this place, this facility, seems like it's actually well put together, it's well run, it's part of a larger system. What's going on here? So I don't have the answers. But what I do see is that we may be conflating multiple problems here. Drug use, perhaps, but is it connected to Astor Place? I hear people shouting smoke, but where's the smoke coming from? Is the fire at Astor Place? Is it nearby? Could it be, and this is just my own speculation at this point, looking at Google Maps, because I'm a Google Maps fan, looking at SkyTrain station locations, Van Horn Way, the Oak Street Bridge. When it's raining, I run along that stretch and cycle along the bike path that takes me up to Cambie to Vancouver. So along that path, I see all sorts of questionable activity, not only at Astor Place. Actually, I've never seen anything strange happening at Astor Place. The questionable activity I've seen is further along by the storage facility, the Oak Street Bridge, and the sort of industrial, somewhat abandoned stretch there. So there's a couple of problems, at least, perhaps more. And what I'm saying is that we need to remain clear-minded. open-hearted, open-minded, open-eared, open-hearted, and really do our best not to succumb to this panic that the word smoke or fire inspires in us. It's easy to go, fire, and panic and close your heart and not try to really think clearly about what's really going on here. So Astor Place, I haven't seen any issues with it. By all reports that I've heard, well-run facility, I don't see any reason why not to support a renewal. So I support the renewal, temporary renewal, but at the same time, I think we need to study the situation. There's more stuff going on. People have mentioned provincial, and I don't know, no one's mentioned federal, but maybe we need support from elsewhere. Maybe we need other kinds of help. I recently learned about the Metro Vancouver Transit Police, for instance, and their community safety programs. Maybe if it's a transit-connected question, maybe they could also offer some support there. I don't know. I don't have good answers, but these are the questions that I'm coming up with in my own estimation. So what I basically would like to leave this delegation on is just the message I'd like to give is just please let's not succumb to fear. Let's not succumb to this panic. Let's focus on the stability. In my own personal life, I found stability is the key to recovery. Throwing people into instability, even temporary stability, means a lot, even if it's not solid, robust, bedrock stability. So this facility provides stability. So to erode or take away that facility without an alternative is a step backwards. This is a stepping stone in the continuum of care, which we've heard and we discussed in the past. And to remove that stepping stone would cause us to stumble and likely fall backwards. So let's not do that. So that's why I urge Council to consider renewing this temporarily, but studying the problems, plural, not just the Astor Place question, and really try and figure out a robust solution that open-heartedly, fearlessly, with hope, with courage, looks towards the future to help everyone. The residents in Astor Place, as well as the residents outside of Astor Place, as well as the broader community and the citizens of Richmond. Thank you.
All right. Next speaker is Matthew Ho, then Yali Trost, and Sally Liu. Is Sally here tonight? Well, we'll see. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Your Worship, Mayor Brody, and Richmond City Councillors. I'm Matthew Ho. I'm a resident who lives a few blocks from here at City Hall, and I also work part-time at a local business close to the Capstan area. I'm here to speak in support of the supportive housing extension at Astor Place because I believe the serious issue of crime and safety ought not override the equally serious issue of the lack of housing affordability and the need for supportive and low-income housing. Just because a person is in need of supportive housing doesn't mean that there are simply people who, overdose on drugs or commit crimes. And I believe if we shut down Astor Place, it will make the homeless situation across Richmond worse, along with drug overdose and crime, and also make it harder for people to receive the help that they ought to be getting. My support of the supportive housing there does not downplay my concerns around community safety. However, policing is an area that's not just solved here in City Hall, but it is also a conversation that really needs to be taking place on the provincial and federal level as well. The federal government has recently been doing more work in the bail and sentencing reform, while the provincial government is strengthening the Mental Health Act and bolstering involuntary treatment. And I think we really should be seeing how these recent improvements to our community safety take place and tackle the concerns around crime. And as City Council, you have a voice to keep the provincial and federal government accountable in being better at tackling crime. And that does not need to be built on the unnecessary suffering caused by kicking people from supportive housing. Furthermore, people who live at Astor Place are required to send an application and are vetted by BC Housing, meaning that if there's concern as to the character of the people living there, there are existing safeguards in place that can be strengthened, to reduce the chances if there's concerns, if it's actually the case that there are concerns. And I think there are a lot of options and opportunities on how we can demand better and more accountable ways in delivering the service that Astor Place provides, but not extending it and removing it completely doesn't make things better. I think blocking the supportive housing at Astor Place is a blanket solution that does more harm than good in resolving our community issues of housing affordability, safety, and mental health, among others. And I believe that the current issues around mental health and drug overdose is a public health crisis. And when it comes to public health emergencies, I think we all want to know what to do, where available help is, where our hospitals are, and UPCCs are, and how we stop, the spread of infection, and not let it run rampant in our community. Supportive housing allows for the help needed to be concentrated in one location so that the people who need it are able to access help rather than let their mental issues slide. And at the same time, it prevents the already serious homeless issue here in Richmond from worsening. And if we kick these people out of Astor Place, that's at least another 40 residents who need our support spread out across the streets of Richmond, who themselves may also be susceptible of being victims of crimes. And it will be much harder to connect them to the supportive services they really be needing. And I think if the public interest is indeed in seeing how effective the status quo is, we can always develop and put in more resources for treatment and support and ask for more transparency and accountability on these programs. But giving up these ongoing efforts just invites instability and is just the opposite direction in resolving these issues. At the same time, I think a lot of the social media rhetoric connecting crime to Astor Place has been a lot overblown and has been, a lot of sensationalization and fear-mongering and pinning without evidence that crimes or drug overdoses that happen in the area are those specific residents in Astor Place, rather than considering other possibilities such as the homeless encampments in the city around the nearby bridge, or those that are certain or from even outside the community, which I think are certainly issues in Richmond that we need to be taking action to resolve. I believe in the rule of law in our community, and that also means we shouldn't be outright leveling accusations at people and associating all crimes solely at a specific population just because social media-driven mob justice demands it. And we should be upholding the presumption of innocence until proven guilty, and ensure our existing institutions can be improved to reduce and mitigate those risks. At the same time, Richmond may be on an island or two, but no man is an island entire of itself. And similarly, Richmond is not an island on its own in the Metro Vancouver region. If Richmond doesn't do its part in handling supportive housing, this represents less resources across the region in handling the issues of homelessness, drug addiction, and mental health in other cities such as Vancouver and Surrey. And just because people think the situation in East Hastings is bad and don't want to see it in our doorstep, doesn't mean that they should be contributing to that problem by taking options and resources away. And if Richmond is condemning Surrey for being irresponsible for not following water restrictions earlier, does that give Richmond a free pass in being irresponsible by not supporting resources to this region-wide problem in homelessness, mental health, and drug addiction? In Hong Kong, where I grew up and where I'm sure a lot of residents in Richmond have a lot of ties to, public housing plays a bigger role in ensuring people have the stability to get a more even playing field to thrive in. Many people I know who are from public housing estates are, as far as I know, not drug addicts or criminals, and have been able to develop successful careers and lives because they have the safety net from the public system that's found in Asia, and have not been priced out into poverty, homelessness, and other serious issues. The Asian system, I think, is a pretty good example of how we should be working to improve community safety and ensure public supports are there for the vulnerable components of society. And at the same time in Asia, just because it's public housing doesn't mean it's kept away from transit connections and community infrastructure. If someone's low income, they're less likely to afford car insurance or get a car to access the help and opportunities they need. And in Richmond, we already have new condo complexes developed or in the process of being built across all stations of the Canada Line, save for Bridgeport. As someone who doesn't live right around the Canada line, transit is something that has a lot of space for improvement, and Bridgeport is the only place left where access to transit for any low-income housing is possible. And Richmond needs a space that allows for people to resolve their issues with addiction and mental health and thrive. And ultimately, as a community, I believe we should be working towards wanting the people at Astor Place to be moving out, but not through the cracks and out onto the streets, but to better housing and be able to independently contribute to our society. All in all, I feel that yes, there are issues with crime and safety here in Richmond, and yes, I think Richmond residents really want to know how effective Astor Place is and have a voice in how to improve the support mechanisms here. Supportive and affordable housing should not be clumsily conflated with community concerns around crime, and we should be using this opportunity to review and see how our resources are being used at Astor Place and whether their support for vulnerable people is effective, and examine how we should be using this review to better complement the reforms as to how the law is being enforced coming from the provincial and federal level. Taking out the supportive housing option will just bring us back to square one, and once you uproot a support system, it's just going to be hard to reestablish ones from scratch. So therefore, I just encourage council to have an open mind when considering the implications. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Next speaker is Yali Trost, and then Sally Liu. Have we found, is Sally here? Okay, the next two speakers after that, Renee Han and Stephen Kian. Okay, go ahead. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm just sorting out my documents. Okay, I will start by telling you a story. How about that?
Please introduce yourself.
So my name is Yali Trost. So one day
And you live?
I live in Alder Grove.
All right, go ahead.
So one day I was asking my neighbor for water. I was so thirsty. Okay, and he gave me a cup of water, and he said, look, this will quench your thirst, but he wants to put the sugar in it. I told her I'm diabetic, but he said, no, this is good for you. Please, this will help you a lot. So please drink it. I said, no, you are going to kill me because I'm diabetic, right? And he puts more water, more sugar in it. What will happen to me? So people are thirsty, right? People are hungry. People want housing. But you cannot give the things that will poison them and put their safety in danger. So that's my point. But since everybody, we need to talk about housing and give people housing, not drugs mixed with housing, all right? So we need to treat people with drug issues separately, and we need to give people healthy living environment. All right, so let's separate the two issues. But since everybody is talking about the poisonous water, which is supportive housing with drug use, I'm opposed to drug use. I'm not opposed to supportive housing. Let me make it clear once again. So now let me talk about the poisonous water. So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and fellow residents of Richmond, I stand before you to urge this council to vote no on the permit renewal for the Astor Place Temporary Supportive Housing Facility at 2520 Smith Street. Opposing this renewal is not an act of indifference toward our unhoused neighbors. Every resident in this chamber wants vulnerable individuals to have a safe place to sleep, clean water, and a direct path toward medical rehabilitation. However, passive compassion without systematic accountability is not a solution. When Astor Place was approved in 2022, it was sold as a temporary transitional facility, a bridge to help people stabilize and move forward. 4 years later, provincial data proves it has become a stagnant dead end. Voting no tonight is the only way to signal that Richmond demands strict, clinically supported care rather than a rubber-stamped extension of an unmonitored model. Temporary modular housing relies on flow, where individuals enter, stabilize, and transition into independent market housing or long-term medical care. At Astor Place, that flow does not exist. Internal metrics from BC Housing reveal a staggering statistic. Roughly 80% of the individuals who lived in this facility in 2023 are still there today. This is not transition, it is permanent warehouse stagnation. By continuously renewing this temporary permit, we are quietly participating in an institutionalization of vulnerable people in substandard modular boxes. When we warehouse individuals without measurable exit strategies, we fail them. A no vote tonight forces the province to stop treating temporary structures as permanent fixtures and exposes the dark reality of what happens when housing is used as a substitute for active medical and psychiatric care. To understand why this passive low-barrier model must be rejected, we only have to look at the devastating human cost documented in recent BC Coroner's Service reports. I'm going to show you the facts. Facts are more persuasive than opinions, okay? So this is the unregulated drug toxicity death to May 31st, 2026, posted July 9th, 2026. So it's just posted online, so you can check the facts. How many people died this year? It's only July, 630 already, all right? So how many people died in 2015? Let's make the comparison. 528, that's when the Marijuana Act passed. And then it skyrocketed when we had the pilot project of decriminalization in BC. That's 2,593. All right, this is the shocking document you can find online. And there are more. So death per day. Can you make a guess? How many people die each day? How many people, you know it, die of drugs? 3.5 in May alone, okay? Every month is like 4, 5, and in 2024, it's 7.1 in January. So these are facts, not made up. And here, unregulated drug death and death rate per 100,000 population. So you can see that's the largest factor of death, largest in BC.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to direct your comments to the point that we're looking at, which is the extension of the temporary use permit, which is a land use matter. So please try and focus on that.
You're taking my time away, sorry.
Well,
so can you add it up for me? Thank you.
I'm just trying to help you because we're not here to examine the drug statistics.
Since the public health emergency for toxic drugs was declared in 2016, BC Emergency Health Service has seen a 105% total increase in annual overdose and poisoning events. So that's from online, from the government. All right. So unsupervised permissive housing environments frequently result in fetal isolation behind closed doors. Consider the story of Sean Richards. Sean Richards with his mom. He was placed into a supportive housing unit where his health visibly deteriorated. Despite promises of institutional oversight, Sean died alone in his room, and it took 3 days before anyone discovered his body. His family was promised that active wellness checks would prevent this indignity from ever happening again. Yet, the exact same systematic neglect took the life of a 60-year-old Diane Chandler water at the Foxglove Supportive Housing Complex. Okay, so the lady on the right. Sorry about that. Diane moved in believing she would be safe while battling depression and addiction. Instead, due to identity mistakes by casual staff and a total breakdown of supervision, Diane suffered a fatal overdose in her room and her body sat undiscovered for 11 days. Can you believe it? As her son Tyler Gibbs stated when demanding accountability at the Legislative Assembly of BC, the system completely failed her. Throwing a roof over someone's head without rigid medical supervision is not a safety net, it is a death sentence. The spillover effect of this unmonitored drug culture does not stay contained inside these buildings. It shatters families right here in our own municipalities. We must remember the agonizing loss of Emily Liu. Okay. A 14-year-old Richmond girl who moved to Surrey later, whose life was cut short by a fentanyl overdose in January 2025. Emily became another victim of a community increasingly saturated with illicit synthetic opiates. In response to this absolute tragedy, her mother, Yan Ling, has shown extraordinary courage, partnering with Richmond leadership to back federal legislation introduced in the House of Commons. This legislation, Bill 289, Emily's Legacy Act, seeks to aggressively target synthetic opiate traffickers with sentences of up to 25 years without parole. Crucially, Bill C-289 explicitly mandates harsher sentencing for drug offenses committed near schools, childcare centers, and locations serving vulnerable populations. When we vote to renew low-barrier facilities like Astor Place without mandatory recovery path, we are directly contradicting the spirit of Emily's Legacy Act. We are keeping an unmonitored drug ecosystem entrenched in our neighborhoods, right where our youth are exposed to the downstream consequences of organized drug supply chains.
Ma'am, please finish up now.
Yes, okay. A municipal government's primary contract with its citizens is to maintain public safety, order, and livability. Over the last 4 years, the residents and business owners surrounding 2020 Smith Street have borne an unfair, disproportionate burden. The low-barrier framework utilized at Astor Place permits active drug consumption on-site without mandatory pathways to detoxification or recovery. The real-world results are visible. Open drug use in public corridors, a documented rise in property theft, and a localized vandalism targeting independent small businesses. Local business owners are not multi-billion-dollar corporations. They're neighborhood families trying to keep their doors open. They should not be forced to act as the frontline shock absorbers for a provincial health crisis. This council must recognize that Richmond cannot solve a regional health and addiction crisis independently. Every time this municipality extends a temporary permit, we take the pressure off the provincial government, and we allow the Ministry of Housing to check a box and walk away. So in conclusion, let us have the courage to demand better. Let us demand rapid rehousing strategies, direct financial interventions that prevent evictions, and permanent medically supported care facilities for the safety of our neighborhoods, for the fiscal responsibility of our city, and for the long-term safety of residents living inside Astor Place. I urge this council to vote no on this renewal. Thank you.
All right. No. Listen, some of you are new to this experience. Thank you, ma'am. There will be no applause. None. If you want to say something, you put your name on the list and you come down here. Otherwise, there is no applause. Okay, so then Sally Liu, has she been found? No. Okay, then we have Renee Han followed by Stephen Quian and Bai Chen.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Renee Han, a long-term Richmond resident. I respectfully urge Council to reject this application to renew the temporary use permit. First of all, temporary should mean temporary. When Council approved this temporary use permit, BC Housing publicly stated that this project would operate for approximately 3 years until a permanent supportive housing solution become available. Today, near 4 years later, Council is once again being asked to approve another 3 years extension. Temporary has become a long-term. If this application is approved, what assurance do residents have that Council will not be asked again in 2030? When does this temporary actually end? Secondly, where is the accountability? When this project was approved, BC Housing promised 24-hour on-site staffing, mental health support, addiction service, life skill training, employment assistance, pathways towards permanent housing. Those were important commitments. Before approving another 3 years, shouldn't Council ask whether those promises have actually been achieved? How many residents successfully transitioned into a permanent housing? How many entered recovery programs? How many secure employment? What measurable improvement have been achieved? Supportive housing should help people moving forward, not simply remain in the same temporary program years after years. Council should make a decision based on measurable outcome, not assumption or simply good intentions. And finally, compassion and accountability can coexist. I believe everyone deserves dignity and support, but compassion and accountability are not mutually exclusive. Residents, families, and nearby business deserve the same consideration. As a Richmond resident, I have personally seen the impact this project had on the surrounding neighborhood. I myself no longer feel comfortable walking along in the area. I have heard from neighborhood, from nearby business, who have shared concern about repeated shoplifting, disruptive behavior, and declining customer traffic. Some businesses have even chosen to relocate their business. Supporting vulnerable people should never come at the expense of safety, well-being, and quality of life of broader community. Compassion should not require one neighborhood to bear a disproportionate share of responsibility, while leaving residents and business feeling less safe in their own community. I'm asking Council to balance compassion with responsibility. Richmond residents deserve a solution that's both compassionate and sustainable, not another temporary extension with no clear end. Thank you.
The next speaker is Stephen Quillan, and then Bai Chen, and then Rob Howard.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Sorry for my attire. I came here right after work. I don't want to be late. My name is Stephen Quinn, and I'm here today to respectfully ask the Council to reject the renewal of the temporary use permit of Astor Place.
And you are from?
I'm from Richmond. I lived here for 26 years. I lived here my whole life. This is my city. This is not just a community. This is what I call home. Let me be clear. This is not about whether vulnerable people deserve housing. They do. Every person deserves dignity, safety, and access to affordable support. The question before Council is simple. Is another 3-year temporary extension the right solution for Richmond? I believe the answer is no. When Astor Place was approved, resident was told it was a temporary measure to address an urgent need However, we are now being asked to extend the temporary solution again. At what point does a temporary measure become permanent without the proper planning, accountability, and long-term strategy our community deserves? Council has acknowledged that the city does not operate Astor Place. BC Housing and the operator are responsible for its daily management. However, when residents raised concern about accountability, transparency, and community impact, they are left asking who is responsible for addressing these concerns. If council is being asked to approve another extension, then council should demand clear answer, measurable units, and accountability. The public deserve confidence that concerns are being taken seriously, such as, are they getting the treatment they deserve? Are the addicts, are they getting addiction treatment? Are people moving out of it? Are they getting a good paying job that they're able to support themselves? Are they giving back to the city that support them? Council often speak about compassion for vulnerable residents, and that compassion is important. But compassion must include the entire communities. What about the small business owners that have invested their life saving into Richmond? Nearby businesses have experienced break-in, theft, vandalism, and financial losses. A nearby restaurant was even destroyed by fire. Whether or not every incident is directly connected to Astor Place, these business owners are also members of our communities. They pay taxes. They are facing real challenges, and they deserve to know. The Story Cafe has estimated over 100 grand of damages because they got burned down. Who's helping them? Who is listening to their concern? I also believe that compassion cannot be selective. We can support vulnerable residents while also supporting the families, workers, and business owners who contribute to Richmond every single day. Council has a responsibility to consider the safety, stability, and well-being of the entire communities. I also heard a lot of people ask, oh, where will these 40 residents go? That is a very important question. But it is the responsibility of the provincial and BC Housing to answer, not the responsibility of Richmond residents to accept repeated temporary extension without a permanent solution, a permanent plan. Rejecting this renewal does not mean abandon vulnerable people. It means asking for a better solution. Richmond deserves better than endless temporary permits. Residents deserve a transparent plan, measurable outcome, and real accountability. Not another promise to wait another 3 years. Finally, I want to remind the council that you are elected to represent the people of Richmond. Hundreds of residents have taken the time to attend public hearing, submit letters, and speak before you. Whether you agree with every opinion or not, those voices deserve to be heard and seriously considered. Listen to the people you represent is one of the most fundamental responsibilities of public office. If council choose to ignore these voices, voters will have the opportunities to make their own judgment at the next municipal election on October 17th. That is how democracy works. I love it. Residents elect a representative, and they can also choose new representatives if they believe their concerns are no longer being reflected. I encourage Richmond residents to support candidates who demonstrate that they will listen to the communities, respect public input, and put Richmond residents first, because this is our city. Today's decision is more about Astor Place. It is about accountability, responsible planning, and whether council will ensure that temporary solutions do not replace permanent ones. We need permanent solutions. We need good solutions. I ask the council to send a clear letter to the province and BC Housing. Richmond needs a permanent, transparent, accountable, and community-supported solution, not another temporary extension. I respectfully ask council to vote against this renewal. And if not, October 17, we will elect someone else.
Sir, you're not going to threaten us like that.
I'm not threatening anybody.
Yes, actually, you are. So I'm going to ask you to stop that, and anybody else who has that idea, don't. Okay, just tell us your ideas, which are important. We've had a very good discussion this evening, but don't put it that way.
No problem. Well,
Thank you very much.
thank you very much.
All right, the next speaker is Bai Chen. Then we have Rob Howard and Deidre Whalen. Deidre's here somewhere at the back.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bai Chen. I'm speaking here as a citizen of Richmond, a construction worker, and a father. The indifference of the Canadian government and the society towards the harm of drugs, our indiscreet and distorted tolerance, and our superficial and effective approach are the root causes of the increasingly serious drug problems. This is not only poisons the living environment of Canadians, but also tarnishes Canada's national image, greatly weakens and hinders national development, and undermines the traditional values and culture that Canadians were proud of. We are powerless to change the deviation of mainstream causes of Canada, but we hope to change our homeland, Richmond, a small town with a predominantly Chinese population. We cry out, we fight, both to protect a drug-free homeland for our descendants, allowing them to thrive in a clean environment and to cultivate in them from a young age a zero-tolerance attitude towards drugs, the shame of drug use, strict control of addiction, and severe punishment for drug trafficking. We believe that through the tireless efforts of generations, starting today, Richmond, a small town in Western Canada, may be the small butterfly flapping its wings, ultimately leading a hurricane of a comprehensive battle against drugs and correcting Canada's deviation. The Chinese community's hatred and sensitivity towards drugs is not without reason. Richmond is in British Columbia. It was right in 1840 when the British Empire compulsively sold drugs to the Chinese, making them acutely aware of the immense harm drugs could cause to individuals, nations, and peoples. The hatred and the sensitivity are not only written into human history, not only part of traditional culture, not only part of family education, but also etched into our DNA. Any tolerance of drugs, any hypocritical justification for increasing drug exposure and the possibility of its spread, which inevitably leads to a deterioration of social order, will not be forgotten by the Chinese community, and ultimately will not be forgotten by the world. Any politician who dares to cross the red line may leave Richmond and go to other places where our voters be not able to touch them, to continue their hypocrisy and shamelessness. But in Richmond, from today onwards, I hope that's a veto. I will fight anyone who lets drugs get close to my daughter, regardless of how plausible your reasons sound. Thank you.
Okay, the next speaker is Rob Howard, then Deidre Whalen, and Mark Lee. Is Mark here? Sorry, Mark is here. So, okay. All right, yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. My name is Rob Howard, and I'm born and raised in Richmond. I'm here to address item number 1 on the agenda, the temporary use permit. The provincial government's housing experiment has failed. It has left our streets and neighborhoods with too many challenges that the city of Richmond is now faced to clean up. We need them to do better. I suggest the city not accept any more of the supportive housing until we see compassionate mandatory treatment and, more importantly, evidence of success. However, I am committed to safe streets. Simply voting no for this 3-year renewal and throwing existing tenants out onto the street is not a solution. It will trigger an immediate encampment crisis on our streets, in our parks, and business doorways. While I oppose the 3-year extension, we should be committed to safe streets. And this is how I propose we do it. I'm calling for a strict 1-year phase-out deadline, not an extension. It's a final eviction notice to the current BC housing model. This 1-year window will force the province to wind down this low-barrier experiment and transition those individuals into proper, secure treatment facility. Richmond residents deserve safe streets, safe open spaces, and safe parks. Thank you for allowing me to speak to you this evening.
Okay, thanks. Deirdre Whalen. She's here. And then Mark Lee is here, and then the third speaker will be Katie Luo. Is Katie here tonight? Is Katie here? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Greetings, Mayor and Council. My name is Deirdre Whalen. I'm a longtime Richmond resident. You really know how to draw a crowd. I've appeared here many times, and tonight I'm actually really impressed with the honesty and the decorum of the delegates in gallery tonight. I'm witnessing the public actively listening to each other and collectively urging Council to be courageous. Your work ahead is not easy, but it is needed. I agree. Some people talked about accountability and a transparent process. Absolutely. Measurable outcomes. Yes, sure. So negotiate a better contract to ensure this happens. I have been reminded time and again before Council that housing is not even a local issue. All of you have said that to me. I really wish BC Housing was here because they're the ones that are leasing city land that provides housing for vulnerable people, which is their mandate. The BC government needs to know what Richmond is up against. I've lived here for 52 years. Richmond has always been a welcoming and a tolerant city, but that has changed. Many residents are fearful and angry. Some want our vulnerable residents to just move on. I also recall in the past the heated opposition to second stage housing and that the BC government pulled out during the last election. Housed there, Astor residents would have moved on, which what people want, would have got clean, got jobs, and stayed in their home community. If we had the courage to insist on second stage housing, there would be success stories that these folks are asking for. There would be stats and, quote, metrics that we could be proud of. So what's next? I urge you to support renewing the lease to with BC Housing funding to enable the continued operation of Astor Place. We can't just turn these people out into the street. I also urge Council to aggressively pursue funding and a site for second stage housing. If neither of these things happen, people will end up in our alleys, our front lawns, our parks. Finally, Richmond needs to welcome and develop a true continuum of services, as other delegates have spoken about, to help people recover and contribute to society. Please support this first step. There's much work to do. Thank you.
The next speaker is Mark Lee. And then we have Katie Luo and Monica D. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
All right, thanks. My name's Mark Lee. I live in Richmond at 9333 Sills Avenue, which is just down the street from Granville and Garden City. I have been here quite a few times before to speak to all of you. I will hopefully be here many times more to speak to you even more about things that I care about. I am here in support of renewing the temporary use permit. I hope that you'll let me kind of just walk you through my thought process. I know that we've been here for a while and try not to kind of beat the dead horse, so to speak. So I'm a translator and an interpreter. I work with the Chinese community. I work in Chinatown and in the downtown east side. I have lived in Richmond for about 10 years now, and I just wanted to say that actually when I first moved to Richmond, I was excited to participate in the public consultation process surrounding the first temporary modular housing project that was being proposed. And so that one eventually went on to become Alderbridge Supportive Housing. And at that time, because I was coming from Vancouver, I had just moved here and I was trying to get my bearings. I was kind of surprised. I was shocked and a little bit hopeful because I learned that the homeless count in Richmond was about, I think, 70 people estimated in 2017. And that was coming from Vancouver, where that same year was around 2,000. So I thought, wow, okay, this is something that we can probably fix in Richmond. This is something that, you know, it hasn't gotten out of hand. It hasn't reached a point where it will take such huge, significant investments in building tons and tons of units, right? I thought 70 people, that's like 2 or 3 buildings of temporary modular homes. And there were 16 in Vancouver that were put in. So I thought, okay, I think Richmond can probably do this. So imagine my surprise and kind of dismay when I realized that it wasn't that easy, because we have a lot of red tape to go through, and, you know, from site selection and from working together with the province, working together with the feds to try and get funding for it. You know, it's not just you snap your fingers and you've got 3 or 4 sites that you can build housing on for vulnerable people. But I do remember at the time that in spite of the opposition that we faced when, you know, people like myself were just out in the community trying to have conversations with my neighbors, trying to have conversations with other people who were really passionate about the topic, it was really hard to come together and to have those discussions and to really feel like people were learning and people were understanding each other. And I remember that there were lots of additional measures that were put forward. There were additional open houses. There were additional, translated sort of learning sessions when there were videos that were played. People got to kind of get to know members of different housing projects and sort of what their life stories were and what their paths were. And I think that what I took away from that was that even though people are potentially, really riled up about this issue, and even though I think a lot of us who've kind of been here before and we know the drill, we know how the process works and what the bureaucracy is, we might think like, okay, well, it's a temporary use permit. The province has their jurisdiction, the city does this, and the feds are responsible for that. I think for the people who are not following things in the same way or are not as tuned in, these have actually been really helpful, if somewhat painful processes to come and listen and share their points of view with you. But I will say, I would like to, I know it's not a thing that's going to happen, but I would encourage you to make more permanent arrangements with the province, right? So we had the opportunity to, like Dee said, we had the opportunity to bring a bunch of permanent units online. That didn't end up happening. So now we're kind of behind what the plan was supposed to be. Now, if we were to, reject the temporary use permit at Astor Place, of course, we would be even further behind. But what we do know is that every year, pressures of affordability are pushing more and more people into homelessness in Richmond. And so if we are not keeping up with that pressure in the opposite direction, we're constantly going to be back here and we're constantly going to be talking about all of the street disorder and all of the perceived crime and all of these things, which I'm sure are real concerns, but they're not concerns with Astor Place, right? They're not concerns with the supportive housing model. They're concerns with the problems that homelessness and poverty bring. And so if we aren't actually actively and proactively trying to build more, it could be temporary, preferably be permanent, but if we're not building more and we're not keeping up with, the forces in the opposite direction, it's just going to be like this over and over and over, and you're going to end up hearing the same things, because homelessness, it leads to all of these things. It leads to seeing people out on the street. It leads to people being where they may be thought of they're not supposed to be. People seeing litter or people seeing open drug use. Well, these are problems with homelessness that are fully well established as being issues. But what we can do is say yes to the temporary use permit and then do a yes and say, well, we'll one-up you, and we're hoping that we can actually add more permanent housing to the stock, right? So that's all I've got to say. I'm glad that this has gone a lot quicker than it could have, and I hope that you'll all have a great rest of your evening and enjoy this nice weather we've got. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Then we've got Katie Luo. Is Katie here? Apparently not. Monica D. Is Monica D? Monica? Okay, then we've got 3 children who want to make a joint presentation. We'll bring them forward, followed by Tracy Hanford and Karen Novor Pizzuto, and that will be the end of the delegations. So if you want to have a seat and tell us your names and tell us about it.
Hi, I'm Jennifer, and I'm from Dixon, and I'm 8 years old. 8.5, my bad.
Hello, my name is Elisa, and I go to Spalacox Elementary, and I am 8 years old.
Hi, my name is Nil, and I go to Dixon, and I'm 9 years old.
Okay.
Eating or drinking drugs, it's really bad for your body, and please do not eat or drink drugs. We want you to keep living.
All right.
Emily, at age 14, she passed away because she overdosed drugs, and please stay healthy.
I wish Richmond can be healthy and stay strong. I love going to school and going to the library. I wish Richmond can have lots of annual competitions or FIFA World Cup or NBA. And plus, do not eat or drink drugs. And I really wish Richmond can be a healthy place for everyone. Please help us make our wish.
All right. Thank you very much. Was there something more?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I wish that Richmond can have a better future.
I wish that Richmond can have a better future and people stop doing drugs.
Okay.
I also wish that Richmond can have a better future, and I really want people to stay healthy for competitions and sports management. Thank you for listening.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, that brings us to the last two speakers. We've got Tracy Hanford, and the last speaker will be Karen Novor-Pizzuto. Is Karen here? So come on, if you could come on over here. Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. My name is Tracy Hanford, and I live at Astor Place. And I wish that I could have a healthy future. Been wishing that way for about 4 years now. I'm going to keep it short. I think that a few of you here know why I'm here and what I have to say about Astor Place and the way that it's being run. I believe that it has potential. I think that our provincial government needs to step in and make some drastic changes. There are bodies that oversee the nonprofits that are running these places, and they're not overseeing them. It's really easy for, I think, for the public also to come down on Astor Place and as it is, but you know what? It's not the building. It's the people in it are looking for some help. And I think that the word temporary is being sort of misused as well, because my understanding was I was going to be able to move in temporarily, and then somebody else would be coming in after me temporarily, and that would continue to go on until people were housed, because there is such a crisis for housing right now, and more people every day are becoming homeless. It's not just something that's chalked up to drugs or mental health. It's literally coming down to money. I mean, gosh, everyone knows. You guys go out, look to purchase something these days. Package of Tums is $12. Come on, like, things are out of control. And there are many people that are sitting behind me right now. Sorry. Who are literally one check away from being homeless. So, until some people that are here that I truly believe don't live in Richmond, that have spoken up and said a few things, have maybe lived the life and have come forward because we're trying to get things back to normal, trying to get our lives back on track. I was here in January of 2022 and expressed my concerns for our housing, and nothing happened. I vocalized some of the things that are not working. Nobody wanted to talk to me about it. I've done it again. I've been informing everyone that's involved in homelessness, and I feel like maybe tonight's platform has changed a little bit, and I feel that maybe now is the time that somebody might listen. So I just want to see some change. We all know that it needs to be done. That's all I have to say. Thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. And now we'll go to the last speaker. Sorry? Okay, ma'am, there's a question apparently for you. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi, Tracy, thanks for coming. Do you want us to renew the permit, even though you want changes?
I do want you to renew the permit, but that kind of would come on conditions, I think. It should come with the conditions. You know, I don't just believe that it's our provider that is a problem. I think that the government needs to look at who's overseeing whom and where the money's, there more accountability. I mean, really, I don't want to say it, but it's the word of the day. Yes, I would, of course, I don't want to be out on the street. You know, I just said this to someone earlier. If me giving up my housing will allow for this to be re-looked at and better things come of it. Not a single person has left Astor Place in 4 years. Not a single person has left for permanent housing. It's been said that they have, but they haven't. Not one has left for a positive housing. So I don't feel good about suggesting that you do.
All right.
We don't want to end up on the street. There literally can be some changes that can be made. I see the big picture. I've lived there for 4 years. I'm capable of understanding how things work, and I can see that it wouldn't take much, actually, to bring people around, make people feel like we mean something, that we're important, that, yeah, we deserve to be there.
All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. And the last speaker then is Karen Novor-Pezzuto.
Good evening, Mayor Brody and Council. I know it's been a long night. You've heard from a lot of people. I understand that a lot of people have been here tonight speaking to you. They've been very passionate about their views, whether it be supportive housing, traditional housing, recovery, treatment, and lots of emotional issues. But the bottom line is I believe that is not the issue. This, at the end of the day, is a lease agreement. BC Housing leased from Richmond as the leaseholder, and Richmond should look to see if its tenant, BC Housing, is living up to its lease terms. It's not. In June, Council was told that 85% of the residents have not moved on. The woman speaking right before me said that nobody has moved on. And voting to continue this lease based on worrying about displacing 40 residents who obviously are not temporary is putting the cart before the horse. Richmond should deny renewing the lease. There is still 8 months left on this current lease. If BC Housing can't relocate 40 people in 8 months, they have a larger problem. And renewing this lease isn't going to solve that problem. By denying the renewal, Richmond puts BC Housing's feet to the fire. If BC Housing cannot come up with a solution or modifications, then why would we give them another 3 years? This is just kicking a can down the road. The facility is already built. Let Richmond decide the best use policy for the property. As a lawyer, this is basic contract negotiation. You would never renew a contract without knowing the terms. And as the leaseholder, Richmond should deny the renewal at this time. Force BC Housing to the table now. If they come back with acceptable terms, they have 8 months, then they get another lease. And if not, let's find our own best use for the property on our terms.
That brings us to the end of our speakers. So I'm going to ask for, let's see, so we'll ask for council consideration.
I move the recommendation to put it on the floor.
Okay, so it's moved and it's seconded. Councillor Day.
I have some questions of BC Housing and or the operators of Astor Place.
Do you want to come? That's you? Do you want to come and answer some questions? Okay, please introduce yourself.
My name is Julie Roberts. I'm the Executive Director of Community Builders, and I can answer specific questions about operation. And if it would pertain to BC Housing, they're also in the room, and then they could come and speak to that.
Okay. Well, you've heard a lot Is there anything you want to say before I start asking you questions?
You've definitely heard a lot. It's been a long night. I think you've heard a lot of different opinions, and I believe in transparency. And so if there's any questions that council has of direct operations, I'm here to answer that because we believe that that's important.
Okay, I've got the MOU here. And it states that there would be monthly meetings right here, sorry, that the Community Advisory Committee would meet monthly to discuss various issues going on in and around the building, and that the minutes of those meetings would be made available to the public, and that presentation to City Council would happen twice a year. But then Mr. Russell, our staff employee, said that since the opening of Astor Place, staff have received limited feedback from the community or been made aware of substantial matters requiring interagency review. As a result, meetings of the Community Association have not been called. What do you say about that?
So, yeah, I can speak to that. And I've been part of a lot of setup of sites in Vancouver and other areas. And so at the outset of setting up this community, the rules of Community Advisory Committee that are set out by BC Housing and cities, municipalities, were undertaken. BC Housing, city staff, and myself met with neighbors and fired neighbors within the area because the Community Advisory Committee is supposed to be made up of Coastal Health, City of Richmond, as well as local neighbors. We petitioned local neighbors before the site opened and for 3 months after to join a Community Advisory Committee. I have chaired multiple of those over my years of Director of Community Builders, and there was no one interested in participating with the committee. So had they happened, those minutes would have been posted on our website as well as available to the city, but there was no interest, and so instead we made our number available. We tried over a period of 6 months to establish a committee. We are absolutely not opposed, but the guidelines of that is that people had to live within a certain radius of the building, and nobody was found that wanted to participate.
You've probably seen the report that we're looking at tonight, and there was one neighbor who had significant concerns. Have you read that letter?
Yes, and I had an opportunity to meet that individual. So in our operations over these years, there have been 2 neighbor concerns that came to Community Builders, and both we met with. But those people weren't interested on sitting on an advisory committee that meets monthly to start and then quarterly, and there was nobody in our community willing to do that. But as a result, what we did offer is that if there were any concerns or complaints that we would meet with them. So that neighbor that wrote a letter, I had a chance to meet with them as well as City of Richmond staff.
And how did that end?
I think it ended positively, and we invited them to come into Astor Place and meet with our staff. We also provided a 24-hour line, which they didn't know that we had, to report any community concerns. The ball was in her court to come and provide availability to meet with us. We've invited her into Astor Place, but we haven't heard back since that time.
And I understand that part of that Community Advisory Committee would include the Richmond RCMP, the Vancouver Coast Health Authority, community members, community organizations, and representative from local service providers.
Yes, and in my experience of being part of CAC's, Community Advisory Committees, all of those people meet regularly and provide reports. All of those providers did meet at the beginning, so we did have meetings with RCMP and Coastal Health, but there were no community members in the vicinity of Astor Place that wanted to participate. As a result, those meetings were with providers alone, the fire department, the City of the City of Richmond, and us as providers. Eventually, they were wound down, as most community advisories only occur at the beginning unless they're extended by council. Again, we would be more than willing to undertake those if there were community members that met that residential or business provider there's an area around the site, but nobody to this time has been willing to sit on an advisory committee.
How large is the area around the site?
So I think that BC Housing and City of Richmond have that, but they flyered every neighborhood within maybe a 1 or 2 kilometer radius. So there's a few blocks of businesses and then residential, but it's a parameter and a process that's set up by BC Housing. We participate and chair in it, but there just wasn't anyone to participate.
Okay, then that there's through the complaint mechanism, it states in the MOU that you have to maintain a written record of all complaints it receives, and that actions be taken to provide it to the city upon request. Has the city requested that list?
So we have had communication with City of Richmond throughout our operations, and they have often asked if we've had any complaints. because we had only had one within the first few months of our operations, which we reported, and then one that was made in May, there hasn't been any other concerns or complaints brought to our attention in the community.
Okay, if we were to extend the 3-year lease, which takes us almost 4.5 years, or 3.5 years, would you be able to find homes for those 40 residents and allow them, as one speaker said, to move on? Because it sounds like we haven't had much turnover.
So what we do primarily is we're housing operators, so we provide supports to people within the building. That's our primary funded goal. We also have a full-time wellness worker that works tirelessly with our residents to put them on registries to move into permanent supportive housing. But it's a unique issue in Richmond because most people want to stay in the city of Richmond, and there hasn't been an availability of permanent affordable or permanent supportive housing because some people that are with us at Astor Place need permanent supports. The site is temporary, but some people's need for supports continue. They would like to move into permanent affordable or supportive housing, but we're at the limits of the housing stock that's available, especially when people want to stay within Richmond. There have been people that have moved on from Astor Place, but the numbers are lower because there are not other availability of permanent and affordable housing. But that's one of the mandates of our staff, is to make sure that our residents are ready to move on to affordable housing. You've heard the supports that we offer, and we do that in readiness for people to move on to housing, but there hasn't been a large availability of places to move our residents.
Okay, now the one thing we've heard, and I'm sure you heard as you were sitting there all night, is again and again and again that people are looking for data. The success stories. How many people have been placed? How many people have gone into detox? How many people have been helped through mental health services or whatever? Are you able to provide that kind of data?
Yeah, so to provide data that's day-to-day of the services that the residents, we have data. We haven't been asked to provide how many services of employment or meal program or counseling we provide, but we have provided to the City of Richmond our stats that in total 70 people have come through Astor Place, and of that number, 15 have moved on to other housing. Some of it is permanent supportive housing in other communities. Other people have gone to temporary supportive housing in other communities. There are people that have moved out independently that we don't know where they have gone to. They haven't disclosed that to us. We've had some people that have passed away within Astor Place from a variety of reasons, and one person that their program agreement was ended, and so that's the number of people that have moved on.
Is there any plans in place to build the permanent housing?
Well, Community Builders was awarded a permanent supportive housing site within Richmond where we thought our residents from Astor Place would move to. That was put on hold a number of years ago, but that was something that we were anticipating. It was an 80-unit site, and it would have housed anybody at Astor Place that needed permanent supportive housing. We look forward to that being available in the future, but right now we don't know anything beyond that, and probably BC Housing would need to speak to that.
Are you familiar, sorry, I just want one more question, please sit down. Are you familiar with Harbor House, which is located on Houston Highway and Railway?
I haven't been there myself, no.
Okay, that's one of the places where basically people have gone through detox or whatever they had to go through mental health to be there, and it's a drug-free, alcohol-free building. That seems like the kind of model that a lot of people are looking for that have come through today. Is that something that over time you could transition to?
So, I mean, I just want to make it clear, and I think you've heard from one speaker, people that use substances are not a majority at Astor Place. There are people that are living there with supports that have absolutely nothing to do with substance use. We support our residents if they would like to go to recovery. There are many times where our residents are seeking support in that area, but it's a minority at the site. And so definitely, if there were more recovery options for residents who would like that, we make those informations available. We make those connections. We support people with transit or taxi vouchers to get to appointments. around recovery living, but it is not everybody at Astor Place, and so there's a variety of supports we're offering, but we think that there needs to be recovery options as well. Community Builders and Organizations supports recovery options. We're looking into opening those options as well, but I do want to stress, as the operator of Astor Place, there are many people that live in Astor Place that don't use substances, and so there's a continuum of supports that we're offering.
And we heard earlier from someone who had visited the site, Mr. Tomas, he said that it was under 25% that had any kind of drug issues or...
So I don't have specific stats. It's not a stat that I have readily available, but I will say it's a minority. There are people there that are using substances and need support and are at various times looking for recovery or other options. But there are a lot of people that live at Astor Place that need supports that have nothing to do with substance use.
Did you want to add anything? I think you're from BC Housing.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to add to the question that you asked around development of further supportive housing in Richmond, and I just wanted to add that BC Housing remains committed to working closely with the City of Richmond staff to explore opportunities and the needs of the community for future opportunities for supportive housing sites.
Okay, Councillor McNulty.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a quick question of BC Housing, and then can you implement a policy of no drug usage in your building?
I think I'll pass that question on to my colleague.
No, I asked you that.
Oh, yes, no, it's fine.
I asked BC Housing.
That's right. BC Housing is going to come up and answer the question
Where are they?
with our operations team. Thank you.
Just for clarity, BC Housing has both development and operations, so we like to speak to what our specialty is. In terms of a higher barrier site, we can do that work at a site opening with a site that's already operational and governed by the Residential Tenancy Act. We're not able to make those changes because people have already signed tenancy agreements. That's their own home. But what you are hearing is it's a small minority of people who actually have substance use.
Okay, thanks very much. I do want to continue on now that I got the floor. I don't need you. Thank you very much. I'd just like to say to all the audience, it's my turn, thank you all for your important input. I heard you all, and I have listened to you all. And there's a lot of misinformation out there that some of you have. Excuse the delegation if you want to sit there. I'd like to speak.
Yes, you can speak, but my suggestion is we leave the delegations in place.
All right, well,
because there may be more questions.
Okay, I do want to make my comment. It appears to me, on what I'm hearing tonight, and I think it's something that committee has, there's a lot of information. We have a humanitarian decision to make tonight, and we also have a land use decision to make tonight, which is two different things. The humanitarian decision is the one I'm more important with, and that is where we have people that deserve dignity, respect, and a stable life. And I want to thank again Tracy for coming forward again. I've talked to Tracy on the side with a number of councillors all the time. We have been on this issue. The current model is not working. Unfortunately, what we've shown, we can always blame the provincial government, but the provincial government is doing nothing right now. EB has even said what we did, it wasn't working. There's not an MLA in this room tonight, and probably the most important thing, and you people elect them. We got threatened tonight about us, about housing, but you people elect the MLAs. I pass that back to you to go to your local MLA and give him the same input tonight. I took 7 pages of notes tonight. Every person that spoke, I have what you said and recorded it, and I think it's important. Yes, in the safety, there are some of you who are trying to divide the community through your rhetoric to trying to get on council. Your brochures give you away. I just want to let you know that on your crime and drug use. And I'll leave that out to you. The RCMP and the number of things that go on do a magnificent job in this community. And every time they come by my place, every 2 nights, somebody at the end there on Williams Road, he's not going to a drug place, he's going to check a medical. The fire department makes 1,500 trips every year in terms of going to medical. I think we can probably provide the metrics that was asked earlier of the incidences that are in Elmbridge and on Astor Place. I think we can get that. We don't have them handily, but I think at community safety, we meet once a month, we can ask that. I think I was surprised we don't have metrics on some of the things with regard to the operations, but it tells me in terms of the operation, I believe we've got to have a Richmond model, how we do it in Richmond. It seems, from my perspective, I've been asking to see the contract and to look at the contract before it's signed and then be approved by council to read that contract. And obviously this time I think probably we will need that. I hope that council will support us. But we need to work together on this issue and not divide the community. We need to relieve the fears that people have in the community that have been brought forward tonight. How we do that, I think that is our responsibility. I've heard them, and we need to get the patrols or whatever we need. I asked a question about drug use. Boo you de pig, my broken Mandarin. I hope you got that. Boo you de pig, okay? And I'm in the same as you in my neighborhood. I want to, don't want to have drug use. Astor Place, obviously there needs to be lots of corrections. It appears to me that we have to be more involved in the operations of what we're going to do in terms of leasing on it if we're going to have that. In terms of, we've got Elmbridge coming up too. I remind council members coming up that contract, and that's another one that we're going to have to deal with along the way. We talk about transition to permanent housing. There isn't any permanent housing for people to go to. There's no housing. EB has put some rules and regulations and told the cities how to build and what we need to do for housing, and we got to have this sit back, and we got to build this many things to sell, but we don't have any permanent public housing. And they don't have any funds for it either. We're going to be lucky to get the hospital, and I hope we get that on it, but there isn't any. There's none available. There's nowhere to go. I said, if these people were put out on the street tomorrow, there's nowhere to go. They can sleep under the Oak Street Bridge or somewhere else. And it's great to say, yes, they've got to be moved. We have 4 sites, and already we're getting pushback about some ideas that we have about the sites. The staff gone out to ask what would you like in it, and we got pushback. Please, not in my backyard. Not in my backyard. Don't want them here. Don't need them. We're not going to build that. You're not building that here, right? It's like when we had foster care a while ago, we were going to have foster homes in, and people didn't want foster homes for wayward children that were being looked after by good, warm families. So it's interesting. So, Mr. Mayor, I think we need to look at the, there are a number of issues that have come up, and I think in the next number of meetings, we're going to have to deal with these issues. I don't think we have any choice to keep the folks into their homes and provide them with what stability we can give them and not interrupt their lives, to not go to bed tonight to wonder what the health council can do tomorrow. Where am I going tomorrow? If they don't, I might not be here. So we need to look at that, but we also need to look at what the land use is and the other aspects. And I think there's, I would suggest an amendment to an idea to move to second so we can get it on the floor to discuss it. But look at amendment to what we have. But not only amendment on this land use, but also direction. I hope other councillors will follow suit to work with people and recognize the circumstances we're in and make some permanent changes. We can make change. We can affect change. The buck stops here for what we have control of. We can change Victoria. But we can put the pressure on. If we had some MLAs here, we could, and hopefully they would hear us. but everybody that's here tonight, I thank you for your passion. I sympathize on your fears. I have the same ones as you, and I think we want to make a difference, and it'll just depends how the rest of the discussion will go. Some will want to turn it down totally. I think we've got to look at how it's operated. It's our facility. We built it. We have it. Now we can run it if we have to, and in the way that we see fit. So I hope other council members will come along with that, Your Worship. So with that, I thank you all for being here, and I'd be more than happy to talk to any one of you privately. And again, Tracy, thank you very much. And you can tell the others up there, we're on their side. Thank you.
Yeah, we're going to go through the speakers. I'm going to make a suggestion as to where we go forward on this, dealing with the issue that's on the floor and whether there's a possibility of referrals. Councillor Liu.
Thank you, Worship. To the delegation, thank you for coming up and answering some of our questions. So my question is, if what has been said is true, that most people are drug-free, so then if there was a new contract on this site, because this doesn't get renewed and a new contract gets done, and a new contract that requires this to be a drug-free facility, then it seems to me that it sounds like most of the residents that you suggest would be given first right of refusal to then come back or stay under a drug-free policy, and only a very small minority that you'd have to relocate. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I think that if you open a drug-free facility or a recovery facility, it's very different. It's not governed by the RTA. It's a program, and you would have people sign conditions to live in a temporary space for recovery. So I think the issue is that our tenancy are governed by the residential tenancy branch, which limits what you say that people need to agree to. So I think that you would still need to end everybody's tenancy and decide if they would stay in a drug treatment facility, which is very different than a supportive housing site.
Or BC Housing could put in a different provider altogether that provides a program that does provide drug-free living for people. As you say, you said most of the people are drug-free in the house. That's what you said. So potentially they'd be eligible then to come back for that. We know we have some great projects that occur right here in Richmond. Pathways Clubhouse has 2 locations. We don't have any problems around those. So thank you for your answer.
If I may just state that whenever you change a term of the tenancy agreement, it does need to be agreed to by the tenant. It would be a different program if it was abstinence-based. In fact, and if there was somebody that fell back in their treatment, they wouldn't be eligible for the program and would potentially be displaced. So if there were changes made to the tenancy agreement, that would be something that we would need legal counsel to review.
And of course, when they first went into operation at Astor Place, the drugs, it was all decriminalized. So people, just like you could go to your room and drink alcohol, you could use the drugs. It was perfectly legal, right?
Correct. These are people's homes. They sign in tenancy agreements. So what they do behind their closed doors, that's their home. They do pay rent there.
All right. Councillor Hobbs.
Thanks, and through the chair. Well, first of all, I do want to thank all the delegations and people who came to speak tonight. I think that, as has been mentioned, there's been a lot of good suggestions and very reasonable comments made on all sides of the issue, and I think that's important. I think some of the themes that I've heard, whether somebody's speaking for or against the issue before us, have all included things like compassion and understanding and a recognition that helping the most vulnerable people or some of the most vulnerable people in our community is very important. And I think almost everybody has expressed those kind of sentiments, and I think it's really important. Some of the people that spoke, I also made notes, and I just made notes of some of the things about accountability. We're not here to abandon people. That was said by one of the delegates. And methods and ways to improve the situation, including reduction of violence and other social issues that may be in the area, whether or not they're directly related to the site is hard to establish, but in all likelihood, some of it probably is. So I just want to acknowledge that. I also want to acknowledge the fact that it's really important that we have some of the things that have been mentioned by people, things like accountability and transparency. Those are really important, and I think that continual improvement, no matter which way we go tonight, is really important in our community, no matter what the issue is, and that includes this site if it does in fact get extended. So one of the things that's come up in past conversations is the housing continuum, and there's many steps to the housing continuum. That's just a phrase, but this is part of it. Whether you agree with it or disagree with it, this is part of the housing continuum in the situation we find ourselves in today. So one of the challenges is, what options exist if we decide not to extend Astor Place? And so on that, I just want to talk about a few stats, because something that's important in everything we deal with in life is context. What's the context of what we're dealing with? And it's been alluded to here, but there are multiple goals. This may seem simple sometimes to people, but it's really not a simple issue. If it was simple, it would have been solved. And we've been struggling with it in our city, in our country, in our province. So here's a couple things. The province has actually deferred a lot of spending on housing and that kind of thing. So that impacts what happens in Richmond. And the number that I have for the next 3 years is that about $1.4 billion has been deferred in spending when it comes to community housing issues. That's a 44% decline in the province's spending. And this is, as we've heard, primarily a provincial issue, although it touches all cities and all communities. So for 25 to 26, for 27 through 2029, we're really not getting any money. It's been stopped. So the idea that we're going to have a solution come forward in the next 6 months or the next year or the next 2 years, that's a great thing to hope for, but I don't think it's going to happen because there's real budget problems. It's been slowed down, it's been deferred, it's been postponed. And it's not just the government. A lot of private companies are doing the same thing with developments. And so this all impacts the housing continuum, which this is part of. So this is probably going to last about 2 to 3 years if you talk to people that are in the development business. This slowdown, this stagnation, it's not getting fixed tomorrow or 6 months from now. Companies are going bankrupt, people are having trouble getting loans. That impacts everything. The province is in the same situation, so private builders and others. And just a couple more quick comments. When I came on council, I remember reading a report from the Scotiabank, and it was about the housing situation in Canada. And at that time, that was 2022. It said that Canada is short 1.8 million houses. 1.8 million is a lot. It also said that Canada was last in the G7 for houses per 1,000 people. That's pretty bad, because Canada is a pretty wealthy country compared to a lot of other places in the world. So I wondered where we are now. So I looked it up and tried to verify where we are now. So productivity has slowed, regulatory delays are part of it, municipal approvals, the process, we are part of it. There's a lot of reasons why it's happening, but there's some really big macro reasons too. So the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation, its more recent estimate is that Canada needs 3.5 million homes. That's not happening. I just explained what's happening with private companies. It's not just Richmond, it's everywhere. And it affects the province, it affects BC housing as well. So we need 3.5 million homes by 2030. I don't know if anybody in this room thinks that's going to happen, but I'm not too optimistic about it. So I'm going to wrap up. We've heard a lot about compassion, we've heard about accountability, we've heard about transparency. I think everybody in this room agrees that those are really important things to have, and I agree with it. We can have responsibility and accountability and move forward. We can do more than one thing at a time. And more than one thing is true at a time. Things that delegates here have said, even on different sides of the issue, are all valid to some degree. So it's a matter of your perspective. But one of the fundamental issues we have tonight is kind of what I just talked about. We don't have an option. There is not housing being built, not just in Richmond, everywhere. And that impacts all of us. So the interesting thing is that all of these issues aren't mutually exclusive, and we've heard that tonight too, and they're not. They overlap. There's some validity to all of them. And so the fundamental thing I have to ask myself tonight is, notwithstanding all the good points people have made, is if we don't extend the site, what do we do? What do we do with real people, with real issues? And they're not all drug addicts. They're people that obviously have things going on in their life, but what do we do with some of the most vulnerable people in our society? So I think that we can do better if we move forward, and I will be vigilant about ensuring that with my fellow councillors that we do that, and with our partners. But I do have two questions just to wrap up through the chair, and one is to staff, actually. And I'd like to know whether the MOU can be strengthened, be made more accountable, more thorough, more accountable, transparent, those kind of things we heard tonight. Can that be done at the same time if we were to approve this tonight?
Who can answer that? Mr. Craig, isn't it a factor that we can, isn't it in effect that we can work on improving the MOU?
Yes, through your worship to Councillor Hobbs, it would be possible for council to approve the temporary use permit with direction to staff and or the applicant and the operator to conduct specific actions. So yes, it would be possible to approve the permit with direction to strengthen the MOU and bring that information back.
Well, good. I'm glad to hear that, and I'd like to hear other comments and see what we do at the end of tonight. And the second question is quite short. It's just the timeline for this agreement. We've heard people talk about why we're doing it now, why not leave it to another council. I actually asked the same question, by the way, and I'd like staff to just give an answer as to why we're dealing with it now, so close to an election. Why are we dealing with it now?
Through your worship to Councillor Hobbs, in terms of the timing, we are dealing with people's homes. Those people are subject to Rental Tenancy Act requirements. There are notice requirements as well as transition plans that would need to be developed and put in place, and that is the timing that would be required to do so and why this is being brought to council now.
So I'll put it in Andy's speak, that we're dealing with it tonight because we have to deal with it tonight because of all the different cogs that are involved in the machinery. And I'll just end with this. Sometimes in life, and I've done lots of things, we all have. I always remember a quote that I heard a long time ago, and it goes like this. It says, "The quality of mercy is not strained, it droppeth like the gentle rain from heaven." And sometimes when I'm dealing with things, I like to remind myself of that quote. And this is a tough decision. It's not easy. It's very challenging. But I will be supporting it tonight, and I look forward to the other comments. Thank you.
Councillor Heed.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'm not going to give you any philosophical views with respect to this, and I'm not going to give you any stats. We've heard stats all around. Yeah, we know it's a problem. We're not going to throw up our hands and say it's inevitable. We talk about the tragedy. We heard the tragedy of the people that are dying. Yes, we know that. There's human lives here that we're talking about. Now, there's been some passionate presenters here this evening, and I too have been passionate on particular issues, and sometimes it's not as respectful as it should be, but I've got to tell you, I'm very pleased with the respect that everyone showed this evening towards BC Housing, towards the provider, and towards one another that sit on the opposite end of the spectrum of what you and how you feel about that. Here's the quandary I have, And the fact that we often talk about that continuum of care that's required. Most of these people have been in crisis or still facing the crisis. And to be quite frank, based on my experience, most of them came from a background of having an acute drug addiction issue or a mental health issue or a poly issue with respect to why they're in the circumstances that they're in right now. When I hear, and Tracy, coming forward and being very passionate about, her time there, this is where I kind of get a little concerned about when we've had something in place, and although it was supposed to be transitional, it was never transitional. It's been there since day one, 4 years, and very few people have transitioned out of it. And, that's not acceptable. It kind of reminds me of probably one of the most prominent drug strategies, the 4 pillars approach. And I was part of that when Philip Owen was the mayor in Vancouver when we brought that in, and how that was a comprehensive strategy to deal with the problems in the downtown east side. But what happened? That whole approach got hijacked by one issue, and that was harm reduction. And everything else was lost. The prevention, the treatment, and even the enforcement, which was my role, was lost because of that one issue on harm reduction. Matter of fact, I think we elected almost an entire municipal government in Vancouver on that one issue of harm reduction. We've got 40 people. We've got 8 months to deal with it. And I've been critical, I'm sorry to say, of BC Housing. I've been critical of our provincial government with respect to what has gone on. I've been critical of even our own council here with respect to what has gone on. I think we have to send, although not just a message, but a clear indication that when we create something that's supposed to be part of a continuum, that's supposed to be temporary, it actually is that. We've got 8 months from today to come up with somewhere where we can put these people or come up with something that's going to be suitable, that's going to address everyone's position that we heard this evening on. We're not there yet. And I think if we, as a council, decide tonight that we are going to support the renewal, I think we've lost a very, very strong bargaining chip negotiation, or one that's going to address the communities that are suffering because, and I'm not saying mismanagement, but the misdirection of what we want with Astor Place. So again, I want to thank everyone for coming out and showing us what your positions are, and we'll see what happens at the end of the day with this council.
Thank you, through the chair. Just a couple of questions of community builders, and then I'll make some comments. So when we hear from residents that that are there that say they're not getting better and it's getting worse and they want more, I've heard that there isn't a lot of programming available, that they've been told, we're not going to do programmings for you because you're in your addiction, there's no point. So what do you say to that? And are people being given the opportunity to, because surely some people that are getting in there want to move on to be able to have their own kitchen and prepare food and work and rejoin society. So what are you doing to support those people?
Yeah, so we have quite a number of programs, and we've strengthened it in recent years. Every unit at Astor Place has a kitchen, so it's a self-contained unit, so people can cook in their kitchen, which is a real bonus, having a self-contained unit. We have an employment program as well as rent subsidies, and so many of the residents, including the one that you've heard from tonight, have been offered a rent subsidy. We got those from BC Housing. It doesn't add up to that much. It's about $500 on top of other people's rent, but we do have an outreach department that's helping to find independent market housing that can go, up to $1,000, and people have joined together. So we've had quite a few people within our sites move on. It's really subject to the availability of affordable housing, even at $1,000, $1,500 of rent, it's a lot for people to move out of deeply affordable housing. But there are a lot of services at Astor Place, and they're not conditional on anything within the building of using substances or not. Everybody within our within our operations are able to apply to be in our Pure Employment Program. We have a graduated program for day labor. These are operated outside of our Astor Place operations. So we do limited resources, but we do have a roster of about 40 peers and 10 people that are on our day labor program, as well as the rent subsidies that will allow people to move out. So those are some supplemental programs. And then within the building, we offer a real range of supports within the building to residents that need it. But to move on from supportive housing, we need other options that we are limited to at Astor Place. So a lot of our focus really is on resident support within the building.
Right, and then so for the residents that you say do need ongoing supports, like there's this misconception that people should all move on from supportive housing and move into independent housing, but some of them need supports and will always need supports, like you said, and we don't have a permanent site because that was also rejected by the people and the government paused it. So the people that are going to stay with supports, do they, can it feel like it's their home even though it's temporary housing? Can they feel self-esteem that they have this support at home?
I think so. We do resident satisfactory surveys. We talk to our residents. It is home. You know, we do events. There were FIFA watching nights. There's a gardening plot in the back. There's a lot of things that do feel like home. People have their own kitchen, their own bathroom, their own unit. There's a lot of family reunification, things like that. So I do think that this is hanging over people's heads, that it is a temporary space. So I think that creates anxiety for people, especially when it has been in the media more than once as we go up for renewal. But outside of that, I do think that there is a lot of amazing success stories that maybe we can't showcase here, 40 people's lives. There's also privacy considerations of people's stories, but there are some really amazing things. And I think that fact that so many people have remained housed after long periods of homelessness really speaks to the success. I know from a transitional position it doesn't, but the fact that such a high percentage of people have been there since day one, I think it speaks to the fact that there's enough supports to prevent people from going backwards, which we do see in places without supports. People return to homelessness because they don't have the supports to maintain their housing. So I hope that that speaks as some of our success.
Okay, so when you're talking about the garden out back and that it is a home and it is people's home, it is close to the SkyTrain stations. You do get a lot of transient people coming through there, and my understanding is that sometimes the safety of the residents has been compromised because their backyard has been invaded by people that don't live there, and garbage that's been put in the backyard that's not from the residents here. And my understanding is that the police have said, we're not going to come here when your residents call until you build a fence. And the fence hasn't been built. Like there isn't security there for the people to enjoy their yard. So what do you say about the fence?
Do you agree with that?
No. I don't know where that information came from. Our staff we have 2 minimum 24-hour staff. They're very vigilant about maintaining the safety of the premises. If there's anybody on the site that doesn't belong there, the police have been very active and supportive partners, and they come and support us every single time we call. There is occasions where there is garbage thrown on our property. Our staff every 1 to 2 hours put on visors and they walk a perimeter route around our site, and we pick up garbage. Often residents are part of that. They want to live in a safe and clean environment. So I'm not sure where you got that information, but the police are one of our biggest supporters. They're there, and our staff are really vigilant to make sure that people that are at Astor Place live there, or they're a welcome visitor that's signed in with our staff at the front desk.
Is there a fence in the backyard, or can people wander in it?
No, it's fully contained in the back. There's a gazebo and a wooden fence that surrounds. You can throw something over a wooden fence, yes, but there isn't a very large transient population or people passing through. People do walk in that area, but I am at Astor Place all the time, as are other members of our leadership, and it presents as a safe place without people on the property that shouldn't be there. There are little areas where there is a see-through fence, but the entire area is fairly contained. I think the hedge that's been referred to would give visual privacy, but it is a fence location, and would welcome any counselor to come down and have a tour of the site at any time.
Okay, and then so in the MOU on page 2, it talks about the community builders agrees that it will not knowingly permit any criminal activity at the housing development or the lands. And so as the mayor mentioned, when this building first started up, we were dealing with decriminalization, and there was rampant drug use in public places and everywhere. And so I think this is where the idea that there was public drug use in the hallways and there was drug dealers coming and going, not necessarily at Astor Place, but maybe at Alderbridge is what we've heard, that could have been what was going on. And we heard from some of the residents that live in supportive housing that there's too much drug dealing going on. It's not a safe place to be in recovery, for example. But now that decriminalization is over, and we've got this in the MOU, are you able to ensure that like the hallways are drug-free, that no drug dealing is going on in the hallways, that if somebody is in recovery, they're not having to see drug use?
I mean, I can definitely speak to that, and I would welcome any counselor to come for a visit. There is absolutely no drug use in hallways. People are in their private residence that they have a key to. We support no criminal activity. We work very closely with our partners at the police department if there were concerns for safety for our residents inside or outside. So I would really welcome if a tour would help put those at ease to see the facility at any time. You're welcome to stop by and speak with our staff. It is a place where people are living in community, 40 people together, sometimes challenging living next to neighbors, but it isn't that visual that you have in your mind right now.
That's great. Thank you. That's all the questions that I have. I want to reiterate comments that I heard around the table that I thought this was an excellent discussion tonight. I thought that all the speakers were excellent, and I heard each and every one of you, like others have said, and I took notes about what you said. And what I heard most people say is that we want Richmond to be safe. We want it to be people to be able to have housing, and we want to do well by the residents that live in supportive housing and make sure they have the supports that they need and that it's a healthy and a safe environment. So I like what I heard about being able to move forward with this and strengthening the MOU. Just because community builders on BC Housing weren't able to create the CAC committee because people from the neighborhood didn't want to participate in that, and that's because there hasn't been a lot of complaints, really. I mean, we did only receive one comment when we put up the permit extension, and we've received many letters of support, as well as concerns of people that want to do better. But even without that committee, I think that the city, as an active participant with BC Housing and community builders, can still report to council twice a year, just as it states in the MOU, even though the committee isn't fielding concerns from the public. So I think that we can have better oversight, and we can ask, how are people doing, and hear some of the success stories that people are happy there, that they feel welcome there, and then to be able to publicize, like people said, we need more transparency and accountability. What is it like in this place? Is there rampant drug use? And let's dispel those myths. Let's show that people are living there as a community, and when there is any criminal activity, if there is somebody that's struggling there, that isn't able to get along in this, if there's somebody who starts fires or who is obviously bringing home stolen goods, that they are notified to the police, and that it's not okay to be there, so that we can all move forward with everybody getting more on board. Because the misconception that many people have said about people moving on from this housing, and we heard someone say phase them all out into secure treatment. Not everybody needs treatment here. There's a lot of people here that don't use drugs, and they need to stay in supportive housing. So let's create it in a way that everybody can get on board and accept that these are all people in our community that need housing, and the people that are doing crime are not welcome there, and we're going to keep moving forward. And so I thought it was a great discussion, and I think that we're all going to get on the same page, because we're going to make it better. So thanks.
Councillor Wolf.
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have any questions for you. And I think I'm only holding you.
Excuse the delegation.
And I think I'm probably the second last speaker. And so I just want to share a few thoughts and start off with some gratitude. I think tonight was very successful, no matter what your opinion and what your hope is for the decision here tonight. We have someone who's living in Astor Place. We have people who have visited the site recently. We have people who are concerned parents. We have people who have chaired a very positive public hearing. We've had all the staff helping coordinate and get you in your seat to speak. I think everybody's functioned really well, and the comments that have come through the microphones have been very productive. We didn't have to have the last delegates here available to speak, but thankfully, BC Housing and Community Builders were here and were accommodating the questions from council and heard the pressure that you put on them. And that will likely form that better memorandum of understanding, MOU, that you're calling for, that you're wanting out of this. I don't see much on when I do my council business. I try and think of what's positive and what moves us forward towards solutions. I think extending the temporary use permit is the positive forward option for me tonight, and maybe all of council. I don't see it ending there. I definitely don't take this job lightly. I attend every meeting. I go to meetings that I'm not even a member of because I know there's discussions that can be had that will help me formulate my decisions later on. So when I attend the community safety meeting for the last 8 years, I'm not a member of it, but I hear the reports from the RCMP and I look at their maps and the reports, and I hear about opioid overdoses, and I attended a ride along with the after hours outreach workers to see what is it like for people living rough on a daily basis, nightly basis here in Richmond. And to think that the way I try not to be on council is to go back, take things backwards or have a negative outcome towards what could be a solution. I started about 4 hours ago talking about some environmental land, and I see some similarities to that. I see the fact that we can kind of use this one issue, was one decision, as like a pressure tactic or a bargaining chip or a threatening option. I see there's so much challenges coming our way in the future, and I want to go home and hug my kids thinking about it. But the fact that what the decision is tonight is just a small piece of this continuum that is much greater than what Richmond Council can handle. What is within our jurisdiction, which is limited when it comes to housing. As was mentioned by many people, this is basically a legal agreement. That's what's before us tonight, is do we decide to have this legal agreement, this land allowed for 40 people to live. I only see it being positive to have that continue for them, to have certainty for those residents. And like Tracy said, like the intention of people going into a temporary housing is that they're there temporarily and there'll be more people temporarily after them. That's what we can control tonight, is allowing that facility to be that kind of supportive site for people in their time of need. To close that gap, and this goes back to my thing from 4 hours ago, I think doing things that are precedent setting are dangerous. And so if we're going against what is recommended by the experts on our city staff, that could lead to a slippery slope of other poor decisions, at least in my mind, then I would like to not do those things. I see that this decision tonight, right now, is very much like that. We, and someone made a comment earlier about no person is an island and Richmond is no island. That's right, we're not in a silo. But if what we do here tonight is to back away from this supportive option that a municipal government has control of, then why would other municipalities not do that as well, or put pressure on Richmond in other ways? And so that's what I've heard tonight and processed. And even if my vote is not how you want me to vote, it doesn't end here. This is not just a one-time decision for supporting housing for the 240,000 people in the city. There's so many more things that we do. Just come to tomorrow's planning committee meeting, which I'm not on, but I've attended every one of them for 8 years, because there's so many more things that the city, that council does related to housing to support all across the board. So that decision doesn't end tonight. I'm sure our staff are going to come back with a much more strengthened MOU, and community builders and BC Housing thankfully have stayed here for the 4 hours to hear it from you, and they're going to go away knowing there's some homework on their end to do as well. So thank you.
To wrap up, I also agree that I think this has been one of the most respectful discussions that we've had in a sharing of opinions, but the opinions have been everywhere, and even the factual background has not been certain. In the end, I believe that if we don't extend this, the temporary use permit, there will be 40 people, or most of them will be on the street. And I think that to the extent that there's difficulties in relationships with some of the people, I think it's going to be a lot more difficult if they're on the street. So I think that we should, but procedurally, I think that we should, first of all, consider the motion that is on the floor to permit the continued operation of this, the temporary use permit. But secondly, I think that we should refer to staff to review and recommend improvements to the MOU, to operations, to the reporting procedures, and the programs for the residents. So I will move that referral. Let's deal with the extension first, and then we'll deal with that. Councillor Day, you've already spoken.
I want to speak to the motion.
Okay, I haven't made it yet. Okay, we're just going to deal with the motion that's on the floor, which is the extension, and then we'll deal with the referral.
My question is regarding whether is the motion that's on the floor conditional on the...
Okay, I take your point. I'll move a motion to amend what is on the floor to add number 2, that we refer to staff to review and recommend improvements to the MOU, the operations, the reporting procedures, and the programs for residents. So we are on the amendment. Is that seconded?
Second.
So that's moved and seconded. Councillor McNulty on the amendment?
Yeah, on the amendment, I have a question. Are you saying we're going to renew it for 3 years? Or
Yes.
we're just going to do...
Well, just a
I'm
minute. We are amending the motion to put that as part of the motion. We can split them out if that's what you want.
Yeah, I would support we continue the operation of the... I would support we continue the operation to commit the 40-unit temporary modular supporting. However, the discussion I heard tonight, I'm not so sure we want to lock it in for 3 years. I think we need to have a discussion.
What is on the floor is 3 years.
Where we're going on this.
What is on the floor is 3 years.
And then the second part, has it covered everything that we heard from the public tonight?
Has or has not?
Has.
Has or has not?
Well, I don't know. I'm asking you, and you've put it forward.
I've tried to bring out the salient points from what I've heard.
Okay, I haven't seen it in writing here, so.
Well,
okay, I don't like the idea. I think we do need to send a message, and there is a lot of cleanup that needs to be done, to be quite frank with you, so. I'll wait and hear what the other discussion is.
Once we deal with the amendment, we can look at that. Councillor Hobbs, on the amendment.
Thanks, through the chair. Yeah, on the amendment, can you just read out what you had one more time? Because there's one piece I'm wondering about.
On the amendment to add a referral to staff to review and recommend improvements to the MOU between the parties, the operations of Astor Place, reporting procedures and programs for residents.
Right. So my question is, does that include, consultation piece with the public and residents and a reporting back system? I think it could if you interpret it broadly.
It would certainly involve the various parties to the MOU and then see what is necessary beyond that. But we don't want to recreate a public hearing for it,
Right.
but
Yeah.
it's a consultation to see what can be tuned up.
Let me put it this way, I guess. I think if staff can take it from the comments tonight, that I think the public consultation piece in the process is an important part of it.
Neighbors, at
Yeah.
least, yeah.
Right.
Councillor Liu, on the amendment.
Thank you. I have a question of staff. So in that amendment, if you recommend that to be effective, it needs to be a drug-free facility, is that something that can be negotiated? Because it sounded like when the delegation came and spoke to us that that's not an option. So can you give us some light on that, please?
I think we're getting ahead of ourselves to say what staff is going to come back with. It's obvious, there's a legal question that's in that question. And I think that would be, staff would be looking at all the various aspects of operations, et cetera, and programs and procedures.
Okay, so it sounds like if we actually want to make some substantive changes, we have to vote no and then start over again with a new negotiation to get the contract that we want. Is that what I'm hearing?
Well, the referral is to recommend improvements. So we're starting off with the MOU that we have, and how can it be, improved?
Okay, so for substantive changes, we have to vote it down. Is that what you're saying?
Well, are you talking about drug-free?
Yes, that was the question.
They can consider, staff can consider whatever they want within what I've just said.
Right, but if they come back and say it can't, then do we then cancel it? Or are we stuck that we've already renewed it?
This is an amendment to the motion, and we will take it in two parts. The first one is, do we extend? And the second part is to refer this stuff to staff.
Well, maybe we need to refer the whole thing first so that we don't agree to the 3 years. We're not locked into the 3 years.
Vote against the amendment then if you want, but I think that we've had a very long public hearing, and I don't encourage that.
I'm not trying to
Counselor-
draw it out. I'm just trying to get the result that we're looking for.
Whoever has the phone, please stop it. Councillor Heed.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for clarification, and I can understand the confusion here, because if in fact we vote on the first part, I'd just as soon separate the motions completely rather than just amend the motion. If we can vote on the first part with respect to carrying on the renewal part and get that vote in, and then a separate motion with respect to that. Because my vote will depend on what happens on the first.
We're going to end up in the same place because we're going to amend it to make it one motion, number one, number two, and then we're going to separate them. So you will be voting separately on do we extend. And then, depending on that, we can make a decision as to whether we want this referral to staff.
So I understand where Councillor Liu is coming from, because if the vote is such to renew in March, that in fact we're bound by that regardless of what that referral is. It could come up with something else, but we may be bound by renewing it.
I believe if we vote number one, the first part which has been on the floor, that will give it a 3-year extension. And then looking to the substance of the terms and the operations and stuff like that in number two.
Thank you.
Councillor Glanders.
Oh, I don't need to speak.
Sorry? Okay, so what we're talking about is adding that number two, that referral to staff, after which I expect if we add it, we can separate it. I frankly wanted to have number one and then number two in that order. But anyway, whatever. On the amendment, all those in favor of the, what?
move an amendment.
An amendment to the amendment, which is?
I wanted to move an amendment that we support it for 18 months.
No,
with the
no.
opportunity.
We're going to do the amendment that's on the floor. And then if you want to amend number 1, what has been on the floor, then you go ahead. Okay, so on the amendment to add this referral to staff to look at these various aspects, all those in favor? Those opposed? It's carried. Okay, so now we've got number 1, which is to permit the continued operation of 40-unit modular supportive housing development for a period of 3 years, beginning March 15th, 2027. Now, I'm going to call the question on that.
Order.
Yes?
Can we vote on the amendment first? Because if the amendment doesn't
The
go through.
amendment has been passed.
Okay,
We will be voting on that as number 2. I've
so it's
separated
together
them.
with number 1 now.
It's together, but now I'm separating them. It's all on the floor.
Okay, then
is
I
what
would
I'm
like to
saying.
vote on the amendment first, because if that goes through, then I'm happy with the 3-year, but I don't want to vote for the 3-year if the amendment doesn't go through. Without the changes, there's no point in going.
I'm really indifferent. Okay, all right, we're going to vote on number 2 first, which is the referral to staff to look at the operations, the MOU, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yep.
All those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, so that's passed. So staff is going to be looking at that. Now, what is now on the floor to be considered was the original motion, which is to permit the 3-year extension. All right? Sorry? Okay. Councillor McNulty, do you have something to add?
Yeah, I'd like to move that the operation to Great Point to go for 2 years.
2 years, so you're asking to amend it, amend 3 years to 2 years, starting March 15th, 2027.
Correct.
Okay. That's moved? Is it seconded? Okay, it's seconded. Any discussion on it? All those in favor of that amendment, what? Sorry? Councillor Hobbs?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point to bring up. I just have a question for staff in terms of the practicality, legal implications, MOU issues. Is there an issue with doing it 2 years versus 3 years?
Mr. Craig?
Through your worship to Councillor Hobbs, council may at their discretion change the term of the permit through resolution tonight. In terms of responding to the referral, it will be a high priority for staff to bring that information back as soon as possible.
All right. Councillor Day?
Yeah, I'm going to support the amendment to go from 3 years to 2 years because I think it sends a fairly strong message to BC Housing and the province. And if things go well with the changes to the MOU, we may very likely be able to go to 3 years. But right now, I would support the motion that Councillor McNulty made to go from 3 years to 2 years.
Mr. Craig, so a temporary use permit can be up to 3 years, right? I mean, so we can change it to 2 or 1 or whatever we want, less than that. Right?
Through your worship, that is correct.
Yeah, okay.
That's okay.
Okay. I'm going to call the question on amending the first motion that was on the floor, 3 years to 2 years. All those in favor? Those opposed? All right, so that is defeated. Councillor Galanders, Wolf, Lou, Heed, and the mayor opposed. I'm going to call the question on the motion, which is to extend it for 3 years. All those in favor? Those opposed? It's carried with Councillors Lou and Heed opposed. We already did the second part, didn't we? So that's it. Okay, I'll just a minute. I'm just going to ask staff. Anything else to consider there? Okay, someone move adjournment.
I moved to adjournment.
Okay, we're now adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for your being here. Three years.